Ależ przepiękny poranek, drodzy Państwo, tu w samym sercu stolicy. Znakomici goście z nami. Mówimy zatem z wielką przyjemnością Państwu. Dzień dobry, Agata Konarska.
I Radek Brzuska, witamy Państwa bardzo, bardzo serdecznie. To już 9., Szanowni Państwo. Tak jest, dziękujemy.
Dziękujemy.
9. Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza, największe spotkanie miłośników i beneficjentów funduszy europejskich, mnóstwo instytucji, mnóstwo postaci związanych z funduszami europejskimi. Nie wiem, czy Państwo w to uwierzą, ale spotykamy się rokrocznie jesienią od 2010 roku, właśnie w tym miejscu, a spotkanie organizowane jest niezmiennie przez Mazowiecką Jednostkę Wdrażania Programów Unijnych.
I co roku jest nas coraz więcej, co ogromnie nas cieszy. Tegoroczna edycja przyciągnęła 56 partnerów, uzyskała honorowe patronaty Komisji Europejskiej oraz Marszałka Województwa Mazowieckiego. Naszemu cyklicznemu wydarzeniu też po raz pierwszy towarzyszy konwent marszałków. A zatem, proszę Państwa, Mazowsze dziś jest właściwie takim miejscem, które gości całą Polskę.
Szanowni Państwo, przez 2 dni
For
będziemy
2 days we'll be benefiting and
będzie można odwiedzać
staging different workshops, presentations, discussions, and this space has been divided into 4 zones: a region of the future, humans and medicines, tourism, fashion for Mazowsze, so 4,000 square meters, 4 stages packed with presentations, debates, plus more than 50 partners. Everyone is surely open and very keen to share their experiences in applying for EU funds, and those experiences will be shared in different zones by exhibitors. So let's officially open the event, and we'll give the floor to the host of this convention, Marshal of Mazowsze Province, Adam Struzik. And by the way, we've got good news from Brussels. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, yes, it's true, you've told me about good news from Brussels. News is excellent, to be honest. During recent European Week of Cities and Regions, Eurostat has announced results for accumulated economic growth for all regions in Europe, and as it perspired from 2008 until 2016, GDP per capita in Mazowsze was up by 27%. What positions us on the 4th place in Europe among 275 regions in Europe. Mazovia ranked 4th. Ranking 1st was London City, later Bucharest, and we came 4th. So this is a reason to be proud of our achievements. This year we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mazovia province. As you probably remember, following an administrative reform in 1998, we've had first local elections for county authorities and municipalities. So during those 2 decades, we have been a member of the EU for 14 years, and what does it mean for Mazovia? It's definitely a civilizational change, and it's fair to say, because I've been a councillor when the new province was established, so we've come a long way. We've come a very long way, and our development was stoked by EU funds. And if we computed all projects implemented as part of regional operating programs and those initiatives which were funded with money received from the EU, this region, this province would certainly benefit from several dozen billion zlotys 4 different projects, and as a result we have completely transformed our reality. We should keep in mind that up to 70% of public investments were funded with EU funds. And because we hear different news telling us that perhaps we are giving the EU more money than we get, and some argue that it's an imaginary community that gives us God knows what, but you should keep in mind that if you add up everything that has happened after 1st of May 2004 until July this year, EU funds which were allocated to Poland accounted for 152 billion, and we have paid 49 billion in the meantime, what means that we are not in the red, so we have gained 103 billion euros, so it's a lot of money, and the bulk of it was allocated to Mazovia. And as a result, we have become the development leader not only in Poland, generating 24% of Polish GDP, and in terms of money is 100 billion euros. This is our GDP. And on the other hand, we are also championing growth across the EU, which is why the use of EU funding, in my opinion, makes a huge difference for development of Poland and Mazovia alike, and we are doing our best to make the most of opportunities. To date, from the operating program for 2014-2020, we have already contracted nearly 70% of funding, and we are spending this money accordingly. At the end of July, we had certification implementation ratios at robust levels, so there are no threats whatsoever. It's not true that regions are not coping with spending money. We are coping very well, and I'm sure that you will realize it during the debate of Marshall. So welcome again to the 9th Mazovia Development Forum. I'm convinced that it's going to contribute to further development of knowledge, to exchange of information about where support is still available, what are untapped opportunities of our regional operating program, and I think it's also a great opportunity to talk about the future financial framework, because the Convention of Marshals is staged simultaneously. We'll be discussing the new financial framework for 2021-27, which is pivotal for Polish regions. So welcome again, and I hope that this meeting will be conducted in a friendly atmosphere and delivers measurable results. So I deem this meeting open. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marshal of Mazovia Province, Adam Struzik. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure for us to tell you that we've got the Director from the European Committee, Christopher Todd, and it's a great pleasure for us to give him the floor.
Is yours, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mr. Marshall. Good morning, distinguished guests. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here for the 9th edition, number 9 it is, of your Development Forum for Mazowiecki. In football, since we're in a football stadium, number 9 is a striker, scores goals, important. And in fact, the Mazowiecki region is a bit like that. In regional development terms, you really are at the front of the team, scoring goals, a leader in terms of economic development, playing a very important role. It's always a pleasure, in fact, to be here in this region because you are such a spectacular, fantastic example of success. As the Marshal said, if you compared the Mazowiecki region, or Poland as a whole, in fact, in 2004, at the time of Poland's accession to the European Union, and now, complete transformation, spectacular success. The region itself is now one of the leaders, one of the fastest growing regions in Europe, as the Marshal has said, so very much an inspiration for others to look at, to see, well, how did you do it in Mazowiecki? What are the secrets and the recipes of your success for moving ahead so quickly and so fast? And in fact, when you look at the latest statistics, so from 2016, you are now above the EU average in terms of your wealth, your richness, your per capita GDP. You were about 109, 110% of the EU average in 2016, so for sure even better now. And that really means that you have achieved one of the goals of cohesion policy. One of the goals of cohesion policy is to help regions realize their potential, to help regions catch up with the others, with the best. And you've done that. You've done more than that. You've gone even further ahead than the EU average in 2016. Having said that, Mazowiecki is a very diverse region territorially, which is not surprising because it is so large geographically. And something we very much recognize in the European Commission is the territorial diversity within the region itself. So Warsaw capital, for example, is at 196% of the EU average, Warsaw City. But Radom County, for example, is at 50% of the EU average. So when you look at the details at the lower level of data, apart from the big picture at the regional level, when you look at the sub-regional level, you get a very diverse picture. And that is something that we very much recognize when we look at the future of cohesion policy as well. The need for balanced territorial growth, the need to help all of the parts of the region to develop as well. I think the positive thing from the analyses that, for example, Professor Schlachter, who is here today, has done, and his team, when they've looked at the development of the Mazowiecki region, is that they've shown that the development, the very fast development of Warsaw City has not been at the expense of the rest of the region. There have been positive effects, spillover effects from the development of Warsaw City to the rest of the region, which is very good news from a regional development point of view, and something, of course, that we very much hope will continue in the future. Now, moving a bit to the future, so as the Marshal said, one of the topics certainly to be discussed today at the Convent of Marshals and also in the panel discussion, and I'd be happy to go into a bit more detail there, will be the future of cohesion policy within the context of the EU budget. And as you know, in May of this year, the European Commission proposed its budget for 2021 to 2027. And later on, at the end of May, also the proposals for cohesion policy. And if there's one message I would really like to give today to the region, it is use this window of opportunity of the EU budget for the future. It contains many things that you could benefit from. So you will see, for example, increased funding for research and development and innovation, the Horizon 2020 program. Try to use that as much as possible in the future. Increased funding for digital Europe. Again, that is something which the region could usefully benefit from in the future. Increased funding for the environment, increased funding for young people, the Erasmus Plus program, and so on. So use this window of opportunity in this long-term perspective, right up to 2027 and beyond, in fact, to make the most of the EU funding available for your region. As far as cohesion policy is concerned, I think there's a lot of good news there as well for the region. The main one is that it continues to be a cohesion policy for all regions, not just for the poorer regions, the less developed regions, but also for the more developed regions as well. So I think that is very good news. It's a more modern policy, so it focuses on smart growth, innovation, research and development, business startups, cooperation between businesses, universities, research organizations, the things that you really need to focus on and invest on in the future to continue your positive development in the medium term. You really need to do more by way of innovation as much as possible to continue that positive growth. We're focusing also on sustainable growth which is respecting the environment, low carbon economy, energy efficiency, and so on. And I think one of the very positive aspects of the proposal as well is that we've introduced something which is quite new. It's one of the 5 objectives of the policy, and it's what we call Europe Closer to Citizens. And this is where we want very much to encourage people, citizens, to participate in the policy itself, to develop local strategies, and to be involved in the selection of the best projects for my place, my town, my village, and my region. So very much encouraging the approach which has started already in the current period with integrated territorial investments, sustainable urban development strategies, and so on. So again, I think this is an excellent opportunity for your region in the future. So it's a more modern policy, a more flexible policy as well. I think you will see from the cohesion policy proposals that it gives a lot more flexibility to you, to the member states and to the regions to use the funding available according to what you see as being the most important needs, the most important challenges for your region, without necessarily asking Brussels or the European Commission all of the time if we agree. So there's a lot more flexibility available in future. It's a more dynamic policy, a more focused policy, focusing on the big issues with big EU value added, and also, last but not least, it should be a much more simple policy. We've done a lot in our proposals to make very radical, sometimes very, very radical simplification proposals, because the policy as it is today is much too complicated. As I am sure you will know if you've been involved in project applications or audits or whatever it might be. So we've gone a long, long way to make the policy as simple as possible for everyone, for beneficiaries, for administrations, for municipalities, and so on. So simplification is really at the heart of our proposals. One final thing I would like to say, coming back to the present, to 2014-2020, I would very much like to echo what the Marshal said about the excellent performance of the Mazowiecki regional operational program for 2014-2020. You really are doing very, very well. You've been moving up the league, so to speak. You're not quite number 1, but you're, I think, at number 4 or something like that, and moving up. So that's getting close to the best team, getting close to number 1 in the Premier League. So a big congratulations on everything that you are doing, Mr. Marshall, everybody in the managing authority, everybody in the implementing unit, everybody involved in the management of the regional program 2014-2020, the beneficiaries, not least, as well. A big thank you and congratulations for the success in implementing that program. So in a word, you start from a very good base, and long may it continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
you.
your speech. Thank you, Mr. George. And thank you for being with us this morning.
W tych wypowiedziach pojawia się wiele odniesień, referencji do
There has been many references to football, it seems. Well, I think the last wish we would have to those who are responsible for implementing the offence would be to follow the trails of our football national team. Absolutely no. Robert Dzierzwa, Director of the Office for Investment Development, is the next speaker. Good morning, thank you very much. Marshal, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for inviting me to this meeting, first of all. As the representative of the ministry who is responsible for negotiating the package of the cohesion policy after 2020, I'm very pleased to participate in the debate. Many words have been said about how well Mazovsha has been developing, and as a ministry we've been following this growth as we do vis-à-vis all other regions of Poland, and we are very happy that the success is great on the European scale. We are converging towards the EU average, as it was said. Mazovsha accounts for 110% of the EU average, and Warsaw, the capital city, is about 200% of the EU average. This is the success of all our inhabitants, and first of all the business people who's been investing heavily in this region, elevating the level of well-being. This is the 9th forum, and we are very glad and happy about this initiative. It has attracted an increasingly great number of guests and delegates. In line with the changing business and economic environment, we are confronted with all the new challenges, especially in the field of regional development policy. A lot has been said in the strategy for responsible growth that was adopted by the government in 2017, especially as regards the sustainable growth, and we are glad to hear from the European Commission's representative that we need a more balanced growth, especially in Mazovsha. I have the newer results on the statistics distribution of growth between the regional Mazovsha and the capital city sub-region. The proportion is 3:1. If we look at the capital city and its administration borders, it would be then 4:1. So we need a more sustainable, more balanced growth policy, so that not only the Warsaw and its suburbs grow and prosper, but that this growth also goes to the rest of the province, so that inhabitants feel that development, that economic increase and growth. So this is why we have prepared the update of this regional growth strategy, which will be put for consultations with you, and which will have new goals for the national and regional programs. There will be many debates on this topic, and I'm certain that today's meeting will tell us volumes about how the European Commission sees the growth of Mazovsha and how much money could be spent from the EU budget to accomplish the growth objectives. So I once again thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting, and I would like to pass the greetings from my minister, Mr. Jerzy Kwieciński, who couldn't attend this meeting personally. Thank you very much, Mr. Jerzma, the Director of the Growth Department of Administration. Now, Mariusz Frankowski, the Director of the EU Implementation, or the EU Fund Implementation Desk, if the interpreters are not mistaken.
Dzień dobry Państwu, Panie Marszałku, Szanowni Państwo Marszałkowie,
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marshal, directors,
Szanowni Państwo,
dear guests,
przedstawiciele projektodawców, beneficjentów,
the representatives of beneficiaries and the project participants.
Ja sobie przygotowałem
I have prepared for myself, as I do every year,
co roku inaczej, mam inną formę prezentacji w zeszłym roku.
a presentation in different form. Last year I spoke, 2 years ago I had a presentation. For this year I prepared a speech. Now we meet again for the 9th time. That's a great event concerning the funds and growth in Mazovsha. The previous editions had more standard
stref networkingowych,
form. Today, or this year, we prepared more opportunities for networking, for sharing experience, and for the beneficiaries to showcase their programs. All that in order to show how the EU funds have been contributing to the province's growth, because we know that the funds are just a tool to grow the region. We have passed a long way since our membership. As the Marshal was kind to mention, we've been participating in this process 11 years. Our unit was founded in 2009, and we passed over 11 billion zlotys to the units of the local administration. We have 2,000 contracts signed for the total of 5 billion zlotys. As the Marshal said, 70% of the funding has already been contracted or allocated. The EU funding was distributed over all parts of the budget, such as revitalization, transport, environment, social inclusion, tourism, many other areas that we have financed over the past 11 years. Now, I'd like to pick out one topic. I think the most important one. Everything that supports competitiveness and innovation in the business, especially in SMEs. That is the major recipients of the funds from the operational program Mazovia 2000 until 2020. Since the 1990s, we have passed a long way from empty shelves in shops up to the unlimited choice of commodities. Early in the 1990s, we have not expected such a plentitude of possibilities. In 1990, the first website was established at CERN for the scientists to exchange correspondence. The 1990s saw great dynamism, and we saw the first mobile phones there. The first public conversation over the GSM network took place in 1996. Early in the GSM history, every other user was a businessman. So the biggest density of mobile connections was in the surroundings of the Warsaw Stadium, and which operated as a, let's say, marketplace until 2009. In the 90s, one out of three households had a computer. Now we have computers in all households. The saturation with the mobile phones is 95%. So the equipment that we found new in the 1990s are now run-of-the-mill. So we have been heavily impacted by those developments. The Mazovia business obtained 1.5 billion zlotys, which is more than the Warsaw Spire building. From the previous program, 850 million was invested in business. Audioteka used the benefit, which is the largest company which sells and leases audiobooks. Creotech produced the Martian Crawler,
Polskiej Agencji Kosmicznej.
And the CEO of this company is now the head of the Polish Space Agency. And my favorite project, our neighbors in our unit, has been growing very fast. And today they are the computer software vendor which is now listed on Warsaw Stock Exchange. The funds went earlier on to simpler things such as purchase of machinery or equipment. Today we bank on increasing innovativeness, mainly through research and development. Such projects are much more demanding, and the risk associated with that is much greater. We can't expect the final outcome. Neither can do that the authors of the project. And the market response is the yardstick, because not all the solutions offered to the market are adopted in the long perspective. Some of them are just very fleeting. Mazovia offers the biggest R&D budget, and I'd like to tell you about some specific figures per capita, for example. In 2005, 561 zloty per capita went to R&D. Today it is 1,200, so 7 times more in the Mazovia province than in the rest of the country, which is 200. And this is matches the social security contribution, which is 1,200 per month too. It's good, but it's not as good as we wanted. If we compare ourselves with the European Union, we are still lagging behind. The European Innovation Scoreboard shows Mazovia as the moderate innovator. Looking at Global Innovation Index, where 130 economies are compared, we are lagging even further behind because we rank 42. Especially what is very much emphasized in the regional program, I look at the rector of the Warsaw Academy of Science, is the collaboration between science and business, and hopefully we can catch up a bit in this perspective, because we bank on this collaboration, so we still have a lot of ground to cover. Now let me get down to details, to specifics. That investment in innovation is profitable, that is quite understandable for the business. In Przesnysz we have a great innovator in the bicycle business, the Cross company. The owner, Mr. Sosnowski, started his business in a very simple way. He started buying and selling bicycles of other brands. Then he opened an R&D department. He employed engineers, and they started investing in the European funds. Innovation frames, carbon-based, have been designed, and you will also hear about this in one of the debates, because during one of the panels a member of the cross-management board will be there, and you will also see the prototype that's been financed from the EU budget. Some say that it's easy to risk when you are on the market, when you've been on the market for more than 1 decade. It's more risky to invest with less experience, but with great passion. The Neuro device has been established in 2008, and it banks on collaboration with scientists. Mr. Paweł Soluk, the CEO, has been developing the technologies for rehabilitation and research of brain. One of the clinics that deals with patients who are in coma have been collaborating with the company. Some part of the funding has been devoted to that project. Neuro device has
i oceny
invested
efektywności
in
terapii
diagnostic
dzieci z autyzmem.
equipment
Pana Pawła
for
Sołucha nie ma z nami dzisiaj,
autistic
ale
children.
jeden
Mr.
z
Soluk
przedstawiciele
is
firmy neurodevice
absent,
powiedzą więcej na
but
ten temat.
in one of the
I
panel,
ostatni
the
przykład,
neurodevice
firma Software,
representative will
która
tell us their
realizuje
story.
partnerstwo z Politechniką
Another
Warszawską i
company
Uniwersytetem Warszawskim,
which
który działa na rynku
collaborates with the
kolejnych
Warsaw
systemów.
Academy of Science
Realizuje
since
ze środków unijnych
2014
który tytuł sprawia,
They
że
have
mocno
been busy
były
implementing
co z tego będzie.
from the EU funds
Mianowicie
a
system
project
pomiarów środowiskowych wraz z budowanymi modelami predykcyjnymi na potrzeby
about the
dziedzictwa kulturowego. Ale tak naprawdę chodzi o to, żeby chronić
prediction
dziedzictwo
of
kulturowe.
cultural
Tutaj
heritage
szczególne
in
badania
the
zostały przeprowadzone.
environment.
Takim polem doświadczalnym jest pałac Muzeum w Wilanowie.
Experiments of this technology have been conducted in the Wilanov Palace, where sensors were installed in order to protect the national heritage and monuments better
Fundusze
than it
europejskie,
was possible in the
jak
past.
Państwo widzicie na
The
tych
EU
trzech
funds,
przykładach, ale tych przykładów
as you saw on those three small examples, and there are many more to follow, do support business. But we should also bear in mind that they are just a piece in that jigsaw puzzle. It holds a great potential to accelerate the growth of organization, which translates into specific profit. It's not very easy money. It's not a low-hanging fruit, as your experience corroborates, but it's worth trying. So you will see more than one occasion today to learn that it is worthwhile to use the funds. So I thank all the business people who used, who are using, who will use those funds. And I also extend my thanks to all organizations, including NGOs, who have contributed to this edition of the forum. We have more than 50 partners, and over 2 days you will have all our partners at your disposal with presentations, workshops, consultations. We have 2 stages with 90 experts in various topics: communication, transport, education, and so on. We have also the convention of marshals, so your colleagues from other regions will see how Mazovia has been growing thanks to the EU funds. And to conclude, thank you very much for coming, for your involvement in the forum, and please take active part in the exchange, and I wish you very successful 2 days. All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mariusz Frankowski, the organizer of the forum. Thank you very much, and this is the official part of the forum, but we've got a handful of information for you. So we are kicking off with key information, what will happen here during the next 2 days. We have already stressed several times we have more than 50 exhibitors, so 130 different activities. Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. It's the 9.Mazovia Forum after all, and our media sponsors include European funds, Smart Cities and Regions, Consortium East, International Debate Center, Radio dla Ciebie, Radio Kolor, Warsaw Chamber of Commerce, Warsaw Tourism, Tourism News, and Wspólnota. Well, like we've said before, Forum gives you access to workshops, presentations, demonstrations and debates, and institutions in charge of EU funding to exchange information, expertise, and your opinion matters, which is why we would like you to visit our website. All your comments may be posted there, and by the way, this website lists all fringe events of the forum. It's Mazovia Development Forum. Please visit the website, exhibitors and partners bookmarks, and the agenda is also displayed on the website, and in a minute you are going to see it on the screen behind us, and in important information about languages. Of course, all debates will be held in Poland, but we've got foreign guests. We've got participants who will be speaking English, so we've got simultaneous interpretation provided to you.
For our English-speaking guests, the conference will be held in Polish mainly, but of course everything will be translated. Nasze hostesy
So our hostesses, before and after each debate, will be offering headsets and later collecting the equipment. We are here for you.
headsets are at your disposal. Our hostesses have them and will distribute them if necessary.
And important information about handouts and materials. All stalls, all exhibitors will be offering you lots of information. So use cubes, buy stalls. You don't have to take any notes. You don't have to take anything with you. Just swipe your badge across the cube and you will get the link on your email address. I hope this is a very practical solution. And don't worry if you've noticed that you've forgotten your business cards. It's not an issue during the 9.Mazovia Development Forum, because we'll be exchanging business cards at meeting points. And simply swipe your badge, and this is how you will instantly exchange your contact details. By the way, all the information you would like to obtain are available at the stall of the implementing authority, and you will also have an opportunity to learn how to tap into the potential of latest technologies. And logistics-wise, there are 2 levels with 3 zones: regions of the future, men and medicine, and on the other side, eco regions. And downstairs, and please visit all exhibitors who are waiting for you, Fashion for Mazovsha, Tourism and Culture, led by Mazovian Tourist Organization, and they will deliver workshops in artisanal crafts, doing business, creating cosmetics. There will be tastings of regional products, speeches, screenings, and presentation of research into tourism in Mazovia region. You will find out what's the impact of tourism on Mazovia, and is it a good investment that generates a profit. Our partners include the Museum of Mazovian Village, the Museum of Royal Łazienki, the Royal Palace in Wilanów, European Arts Center in Senniki,
Stowarzyszenie Cztery Krajobrazy,
Państwowy Zespół Ludowy Pieśni i Tańca Mazowsze oraz
Wojewódzki Ośrodek
and the provincial racing circuits are partners of this scene. Fashion for Mazovsha is downstairs, don't miss it. So I will stay with you on this stage. Agata is going to leave us in a minute, yes, because I'll be joining the other stage at the far end of this floor. We'll be talking about eco-regions, we'll be addressing a number of exciting topics, so visit us and listen to what our speakers have to say, because it's worth it. The first debate kicks off 10:30. Yes, very soon. We've got another meeting here at 11, but once again, visit the website of Mazovia Development Forum and consult our agenda, and see you in a minute. So 10:30 the program starts at the far end, and 11 o'clock we are kicking off on this stage.
Raz, jeden, dwa. Tak, 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 tak.
break. We are about to begin the first debate on this stage. It's we are going to focus on more distant and current future, but we'll be also touching on the upcoming centrally planned budget of the EU, what has been announced during introduction today, so I'm sure we are in for a very heated debate. Statistics are very favorable for Mazovia, but as Christopher Todt said, if we look at figures for Warsaw and the rest of the region, things look very different. So how are we going to divide the pool of funds? But before we start, we've got an element of the unexpected, something that came up spontaneously, and we'll present it to you now. More about it you will hear from Jacek Pustoła, the CEO of Portal Samorządowy Self-Government website. You are holding something in your hand and I wonder what is it? Good morning, everyone. On behalf of local government website, I would like to present this award to Local Politician of the Year, the award for the best marshal in Poland, and the award goes to Adam Struzik. And we did not plan it before, it's something that came up this morning. Local Politician of the Year, thank you very much and congratulations. Mr. Marshall, thank you very much to organisers of the competition. I think, years of work have earned me this award. Probably internet users decided to cast their votes on me because I've always treated my work for local authorities as service, and I would like to thank everyone who has voted for me. Please stay with us for a minute. I gather... Okay, it's good that you took part in voting. There are local elections coming up very soon, more decisions to be made. So Adam Struzik is going to be the moderator of our upcoming debate. So please stay on the stage and take a seat, any seat you like. Could be any seat. Christopher Todt, Directorate General of the European Commission. Robert Dzierżgwa, Director of Strategy and Development, Ministry of Investment and Development. Robert Kawałko, Lublin Local Government, and Professor Jacek Szlachta, the Chair of Spatial Planning and Development, Warsaw School of Economics. We've got seats for everyone. Right now it's time to applaud our speakers. Christopher Todt will be speaking English. If you need headsets, if you want to listen to interpretation, you've got headsets on your chairs. Mr. Marshall, the floor is yours, and I'm going to disappear from the stage. Hello and welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get down to business, before we start addressing all very interesting issues we are to tackle today, everything that is related to upcoming financial framework, in my introduction I would like to ask a question about the status or progress of national and regional operating program for the perspective 2014-2020. How do things look today from the perspective of the Ministry, the European Commission, or possibly one of our regions? Because I think it's really interesting. We are hearing very different opinions in the media, signaling that we are not using EU funding as it should be. So my first question goes to Mr. Director. Thank you very much for your question. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps I'll focus on what my department does. Efficiency boosting projects, perhaps I'll try to assess how they are implemented. So what does the future hold next year? We'll have an interim review, what ties to the so-called execution or implementation framework. We are monitoring the process, we are monitoring progress, we're keeping an eye on implementation of regional and national program, and of course there are certain conditions and requirements for implementation of operating programs. Indices have been selected and identified. They refer to financial aspects. In 2017, we were very anxious because most operating programs were not implemented in line with the framework. So we did not use 2 billion euros nearly. We didn't make the most of it. But we've been making appeals to provincial authorities, to national managing authorities, and we did it effectively. We are conducting a quarterly review. We are gathering information about implementation of different indices, of different factors. And for the second half of the year, we've had nearly 1 billion euros on priority axes, which were at risk. So there could be some shifts within the program and later during or across different operating programs. And what happens in the meantime? As you know very well, we were negotiating national and regional operating programs, and many provinces who realized that some priority axes were not well programmed. They have made adjustments or verified indices, and as a result, those amounts after Q3, those figures for operating programs have gone down significantly. And I'm not going to quote hard data, but forecasts. So right now, the amount has dropped to 800 million euros, and we can see that following negotiations, many indices were significantly liberalized, and this amount may decrease further at the end of Q4. So reallocation between different programs may not be necessary. So this means significant progress. We are very happy that our appeals were effective. During the partnership committee this March, we have stressed that we have very specific ideas for boosting efficiency of different operating programs, and things are going to definitely change for better at the end of Q4. So in December, together with the European Commission, we'll assess the status. Thank you. And what about regions? What's your view of the current situation? Mr. Marshall, first of all, congratulations for your accolade for the position of Mazovia. I represent Lubelskie province, so it's a very different part of Poland, located in the east. After recent audit and visit of DG Regio and European Commission, we now know that in terms of implementation of OP for Lublin province, there are no threats. We are meeting all requirements, and the fact that we are going to deliver on identified goals, this has been confirmed. Thank you very much. Mr. Director, what about the European Commission? What's your perspective and what's your view?
We look at the latest data, the latest results, and the latest figures that we have for all of the programs in Poland and in the other member states. Well, it's always interesting to compare with other member states, and if you take the latest results, and if you take, for example, project selection, the rate of project selection, because there we have results reported by all member states for all programs at the end of July, and in terms of project selection, Poland is 10th out of the 28 member states, but above average. If you look at another indicator, which is on the financial side, payment claims sent to the Commission, the latest figures, the very latest figure, Poland is 8th out of the 28 member states. Again, above average, so doing pretty well. You need to bear in mind, of course, the fact that Poland is by far the biggest beneficiary. So it is really, really important for everyone, for us, for you, for cohesion policy general, for the future of cohesion policy, that the results for Poland continue to be positive in the current programming period. We really are counting on Poland to deliver the results on time. In terms of how we see the risks, well, at the end of the year, of course, there are two big things. There's on the financial side, there's the risk of automatic decommitment, the so-called N+3 rule. And the other big rendezvous at the end of this year will be what Robert has mentioned, the performance framework targets as well, on those for Poland. First of all, on the N+3 risk, almost all of the programs have met their targets by now. They've sent in their payment claims, and at the moment the risk is very, very limited to just three programs, and we're talking about a total for those three programs of 60 million euros, 60 million euros ERDF for three programs, and we're very, very sure that in fact for these three programs we will get the payment claims either this month or next month at the very, very latest. So there will be no risk for Polish programs by the end of this year of losing any funds, which would be a very good result. On the performance framework, it's maybe a bit early to say, and as Robert says, we need to look at the latest forecast, and we will need to see at the end of the year whether any of the programs have not met their performance targets. But I know that a lot of work is being done in the regions and in the national programs to try to make sure that all of the targets are met. A number of things will help. One will certainly be the modification of the programs. Almost all programs were modified this year. There were shifts in allocations. Areas where the spending was a bit more difficult, waste typically, was shifted to some other areas where there was a need to spend a bit more, so there were shifts in the allocations. And as a result, some of the targets have changed as well. And there are a couple of other technical things which will help the programs meet their targets by the end of the year. So again, I think we're pretty confident that the Polish programs will hit their targets on the performance framework side as well. So to sum up, no risk for N+3. Performance framework, still a little bit of work to do, and we'll see at the end of the year, but overall we're pretty positive.
Bardzo dziękuję. A jak to wygląda z punktu widzenia świata nauki, panie profesorze, bo
I know, Mr. Professor, that you are personally engaged in consultation, but also in monitoring of those processes related to application of EU funds. Thank you very much for invitation. The way I look at it, I believe that allocation for Poland, the allocation for funding allocated to us for the years 2020-2027 depends on the current absorption efficiency. The argument, why do you need more money if you are not good at using available funding, is resonating with us very much. And another thing I would like to stress today, because I took part in some of the renegotiations, the very open attitude of Mr. Director and his colleagues from the European Commission is a fact. It's true that they perceive our proposals for adjustments, for modifications, they don't see it as an attempt to make our life easier. They see it as an actual effort to make the most of funding and to efficiently use them. Of course, these funds fit very well regions who are certainly advanced and not least advanced, and I think Director Kawałko could tell you more about it. Thank you very much. Well, yes, we are very happy that the pace of spending of EU funds, well, let me put it this way, it's satisfactory, or more than satisfactory. And of course, what lies ahead is the discussion about the upcoming financial framework, about its qualitative and quantitative aspect. So a question to our guest, Mr. Todd, on what stage, what is the current stage of the discussion about the upcoming multi-annual financial framework? And what are the differences between the stance of the European Commission, the European Parliament, Council of Europe? Is it likely that the process will be concluded by March next year? Because if it's not, there are European elections, and it may the process may take much more time.
Yes, thank you. Well, the state of play of the negotiations for cohesion policy proposals, budget and regulatory texts. Well, to start at the beginning, the Commission made its proposal at the end of May. And I think since then there's been very good progress in the negotiations, first of all in the Council, and secondly in the European Parliament. In the European Parliament, the committees, the REGI committee, for example, they aim to finalise their positions by November, I understand, which would be very, very good. In the Council is taking bits of the proposals block by block, and certainly under the current presidency, the Austrian presidency, the aim is to close a number of those negotiation blocks by the end of this year. And certainly we very much hope that the negotiations, not just on cohesion policy, but on the overall EU budget, will be finalised in May of this year at the special summit, which is due to take place on in May of next year in Sibiu. Why is it important? As you said, Mr. Marshall, it really is important that the negotiations are finished before the European Parliament elections in May of next year. Otherwise, we lose a little bit of time until the new Parliament is convened. The other reason is that we really want to do better this time compared to the past, and to have the budget, the allocations, the regulations adopted, known, clear to all, so that everybody can start preparing their programs, preparing their strategies, preparing their programs, start the negotiations of the programs with the European Commission a lot earlier than last time round, with a view to having the programs adopted, ready to start investing in the regions in the member states from the 1st of January 2021, because that is the starting point, not so far away, just over 2 years away. So that is why we made our proposals sooner compared to last time, with a view to having the negotiations hopefully finished in time for that to happen. You asked about the different positions in the member states and in the European Parliament. There are a number of areas of disagreement. Not surprisingly, on the financial side, there is a lot of discussion both in the Council and in the Parliament about the overall allocations, the allocation for cohesion policy. I was interested to see, for example, that the Parliament is likely to propose a higher allocation for cohesion policy than the Commission originally proposed. But there's also a lot of discussion on the details. For example, on the co-financing rates. We have proposed lower co-financing rates compared to the current programming period, because the current co-financing rates were set at a time really of crisis, and were set at a time where public investments in member states were rather low, so they were set at a high level. And now we are saying, well, we need to come back to kind of normal co-financing rates, which reflect the current economic environment, and also which leverage more funds from the member states, more national co-financing, more private co-financing, and so on. But that's certainly one of the issues. The level of the co-financing rates is one of the subjects which is hotly disputed, hotly discussed in the different groups. Another subject is thematic concentration. Again, this is not new, but here we have proposed that the fund should be focused, targeted, on the areas which have the biggest impact and the biggest EU value added. And of the 5 thematic objectives, we have proposed, the 5 policy objectives, we have proposed concentrating a certain amount of the funds on the first 2. The first one is smart growth, innovation, research and development, business support, and so on. The second one is sustainable growth, energy efficiency, environment, risk prevention, circular economy, and so on. And we propose a certain amount of concentration, a minimum amount that should be spent on those areas. Again, this is an issue which is not agreed by a number of member states, and again will continue to be actively debated. So the discussion is ongoing, and I think there's been good progress so far. And as I say, it really is important that everything is done at all levels and making the necessary compromises and negotiations at all levels, including the typical last-minute compromises that we get in the very early hours of the last days of the summit in May of next year to agree a deal. It really is important that we stick to that timetable.
Bardzo dziękuję. Panie dyrektorze.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much, Director. Poland doesn't have a great offer in these areas because it's going to the cohesion policy, the funding would be reduced by 20%. So far, we've been record breakers with 81 billion for 2020. Now this proposal has been decreased by 19 billion. The Polish government seems to try and have the cohesion funds for Poland increased. I'm not talking about the common agricultural policy because the funding is reduced for that too. But how do you present the Polish government's position in the European Council? Thank you, Marshal. As the Minister, we are indeed responsible for the negotiations about the cohesion policy together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We've been coordinating the process. Our negotiating request is the allocation size for Poland. The other thing is the level of subsidizing, which is far from satisfactory. I'm preempting discussion now, but if we stick to that level of co-financing, the beneficiaries would be able to receive only 40% of funding from the EU in the Mazovia province, and we are dissatisfied with the budget draft. It's 64 billion euro right now, 20 billion less. And if you deduct the central instruments from that, you will get only 60. So this is what we'll be able to earmark for the operational programs. Now the negotiations are in progress. They are difficult because there are many dissatisfied, unhappy countries. And in our opinion, the envelope proposed does not meet the needs, the growth needs of our country, and it doesn't reflect the place of Poland on the economic map of Poland. The method of dividing the funds or distributing the fund doesn't apply to Poland because the capping is pointless here. You could offer like 155, like any number at the beginning of negotiations. We hope that capping is not as dramatic. It's now over 2, so you can see what the drop in the funding has been. So this is pretty high on our agenda of the group coordinated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs concerning the cohesion policy. Most of the negotiating requests that we passed to the Polish Foreign Affairs colleagues have been placed in the box to be presented by the Austrian presidency. So, in my opinion, the negotiations will not conclude by May. Professor, you are in the picture, so to speak, of all those processes. Based on your previous experience, what does the situation look like now? On one hand, we have the proposal of the European Commission. On the other, we know that the European Parliament has been endorsing the increase in the budget and shifts of funds in certain areas or between certain areas. So will it be successful to achieve the deal by May by the Council in Romania? What's your opinion? Do we stand a chance to have the budget increased? Or, as some other people say, after the elections to the parliament, the reduction is looming, the further reduction is looming. Thank you, that's a very important question. The financial envelope is the responsibility of the government who is negotiating, and the government does their best to make this envelope as full as possible. The Convention of Marshall can have only an indirect influence on that through the European Parliament and many other network organizations, like local administration of the European member states, and that's what the Convention does. But that is outside the remit of competencies of the local administration in Poland. Now, the provincial administration may have impact on detailed solutions concerning the cohesion, the implementation of the cohesion policy. This is because the Polish regions manage greater funds than any other EU region. So when they ask us what are the sensible ways to manage certain things, everybody looks at Poland. If ZITs was a successful experiment, people expect Poland to take the floor and answer. But the most important thing is the time factor. I wish that the European Commission is successful so that we achieve victory in Sibiu in May 2019, so that the budget, the general budget, and the cohesion fund is agreed upon. Why I wish that to succeed? It is because the experience from the two previous MFFs, to 17 and to 20, indicate that the budget adopted eventually, as compared to the original proposal of the European Commission, was cut, -7 and -2%, although the cohesion policy was a kind of under protection regime, which is not anymore there. So if the negotiations protract, I would expect a double-digit drop in the allocation to Poland. So eventually we'll have much less funds to implement all those good things that the structurals and cohesion funds have brought for us so far. Another thing, and the director Todd said that before, we believe it is important to enter the new programming period as of January 1st, 21. What I call the pathologies of the previous period is that slump at the end of the previous programming period. That translates into existence of the availability cycle of the EU funds, which gives rise to very many negative consequences. I don't have the time to speak about it right now. So we should, I think, imagine the new European Parliament and the new Commission and the degree of sympathy for Poland and for the Cohesion Fund from the new organizations. I don't think it looks good. Now, if the negotiations extend the GDP from later periods, will enter into the negotiations, so our region will be much above the EU average. And this is a part that has a weighting of 10% for the allocation to Poland. So I think that the time factor makes the deal less effective for Poland. And if the process is protracted over the autumn, will extend the time in consideration by at least 1 year. Thank you very much. The director told us about the capping problem, and it seems that this is a fundamental issue. Unless this indicator changes, then regardless whether the regions move from semi-developed to the more developed, the envelope will be the same for us, will it not? So now let's move to the Lublin province, which is including the poorer regions or less developed regions pool. The director said that it is unacceptable to maintain the same co-financing system. For Mazovsha, we can count on 40% of the subsidies. So in other words, we'll have to contribute 60% of our own funds. For Lubelskie and other regions like that, this would be 25% of own contribution, as compared to 40% of the current situation. So what would that mean for the Lubelskie? So the other way around, the increased contribution, not contribution to the project. Thank you. The Lubelskie region is lagging behind or is trailing the whole regions of Poland, and it also lags behind European regions, although it is characterized by rather high growth dynamics, growth rate. We have advanced in the ranking of the regions, so we are able to catching up in terms of the growth rate. Now, before I address the question, please note that there are more such regions, such as Eastern Poland, also the part of Mazovsha outside the capital city. So what is very important for us is the special support funding, such as the funds for the strategic development of the Eastern Poland and the EWT systems. We are located next to the eastern border, which is not conducive to growth at all. There is no penetration of growth impulses as opposed to other borders. Also, the policy that the eastern neighbors of Poland pursue is detrimental. So that all impacts our region. Besides, we are the most agricultural region of Poland. We have the greatest contribution of agriculture in the region's budget. Therefore, our challenge is tremendous. Now, if we look that 60% of our population lives on rural areas, and 40% of employment is generated there, it is very difficult for us, you realize it immediately, to set correct strategic objectives. We have also put this problem forward in the Council of Provinces. We don't have any impact on the distribution of funds earmarked for the rural areas. And this is something we vehemently oppose. So what you're thinking about is that the cohesion policy, the second pillar, has been removed from the CAP, indeed. And as we build a strategy, we draw up a strategy for the province, we focus on reinforcing the rural areas. But the region has no influence on how this money is going to be spent. We have prepared a study on how the EU funds since 2007 have impacted the growth in our area. And the study shows that they have very small impact on value-added growth. What they do increase, though, was the quality of life. So we have achieved tremendous progress in terms of quality of life for our population. We are leading the charts across Poland. We have run also a simulation which shows that what would happen if the region had a similar structure, economic structure as the others. We wouldn't be lagging that far behind that case. We would be placed, we would be on place 6 or 7. So it seems that certain structural circumstances are or cannot be overcome at the level of the region. What we need is a central support, especially the re-industrialization policy, which has been formulated, and the strategy of responsible growth for Poland. Now the question is, can we reasonably expect such re-industrializations? We have a list of 10 projects that could be pursued, that could be implemented, but this is neither in the competences, but neither of those is in the competences of the regional authorities. So we need a debate when we go about building or putting together the governmental policy in conjunction with the cohesion policy. We shouldn't be any more pointed to as a mismanaged region. Well, nobody argues that, Director. Absolutely not. Let's remind us of the fact that Lubelskie started at the level of 30% of the EU GDP per capita. Now you have achieved 47 or 49%. So there has been a tremendous progress. Absolutely. So no one argues that the region is ill-managed. Now, the question about your own contribution, 15%, it's okay thus far for the local administration, but 25% of your own contribution, is it at all acceptable given the level of revenues of the local administration? Well, it cannot be accepted because this translates into decelerating the development trends. We have developed a financial forecast, especially the level of debt for the local administration. If they wanted to use all the opportunities from all the programs dedicated to the level of the administration, local administration, all the reserves have been exhausted. Now it's time to repay the debt. So there will be a slump, and we have reports and we have studies to confirm that, corroborate that. Well, Director, it would be good if the European Commission is aware of the fact that the proposals to reduce the subsidies for the non-metropolitan area of Mazovia, for Eastern Poland and from all other provinces are unacceptable. We do not have our own potential to fill up the gap. So a syndrome may occur that retail and local administration regions will be able to use the funds, and the poorer will not be able to use them. And without a bigger contribution from the central administration, these projects couldn't be implemented, will not be able to be implemented, sorry. Out of 11 goals, we have now the reduction down to 5, and we focused the funds on the first 2. So I will start with the director. From the point of view of Poland, how this focus is possible to be implemented, because it sounds like a challenge. And then I give the floor to director and to professor. I think that the general principles lead towards simplification. We had in the past some difficulties in programming. Nonetheless, we have successfully adopted the programs and we've been implementing them. Now, the 2 principles to focus on the political objectives 1 and 2 lead to the fact that 60% or 60% of funds should be focused on them, but you should bear in mind how what the distribution of funds is like. The decision, or the proposal by the EU regarding 30% of the fund will not result in efficient distribution. There is the FS, which we deem too high for the purpose of our country, and this is what we want to reduce. So given the current suggested provisions of the regulations, the topical focus is 50% of the allocation. Only the remaining 50% is what we are allowed to spend pursuant to the strategy of the voivodeships of provinces.
Mr. Director, is there a chance for a compromise? Is it still possible to work out solutions that would satisfy less developed regions?
Well, I mean, first of all, for the less developed regions, in our proposal, in fact, about 75% of the overall resources for cohesion policy, looking at the different funds, would go to the less developed regions, such as Lubelski or the eastern Polish regions, and most of the Polish regions, in fact. So there is still very much a focus of the resources on those regions. Well, I heard on co-financing rates and on thematic concentration. We knew that these would be subjects which would be hotly debated in the Council and in the Parliament, and that has turned out to be the case. And as I said, the rationale for the co-financing rates is that we need to come back to levels of co-financing that we had before the crisis. We need to leverage more, not just national co-financing, but we need to be much more successful than we have been in the past in leveraging private financing as well. That's something that really needs to be improved. More private contributions, more private financing of projects. And on thematic concentration, the rationale has and always has been to say, well, these are the most important things that we need to concentrate the resources on, and this is the way that we see the funding going in terms of focusing on innovation, on research and development, on sustainable development and so on. Having said that, as I said, the subject is being very hotly debated, and we shall see what the outcome is. Maybe I would just like to say a couple of things. One is coming back to something Professor Schlachta said, and that is really the importance of starting now, the importance of preparing your regional strategies now, the importance of preparing your programs now, having a good, solid project pipeline. We want to avoid a situation where in the first 1 or 2 years of a programming period, we don't see very much happening on the ground. We don't see too many projects selected. We don't see too much spending on projects. We really want to have a much better project pipeline and to have a much more even spread of the funding rather than having this big increase in the middle of the programming period that we're having now, with the impact that it has, for example, in the construction markets where prices are rising and so on. So better project pipeline and a more even spread of the investments throughout the programming period is really, really important. One final thing I would like to highlight, which is relevant for all regions, more developed or less developed regions, and that is really the importance of the smart specialization strategies. You know, this is something developed for all regions in the current programming period. Idea is simple. In each region you focus on a small number of activities which have the potential to grow, to create jobs, the potential to develop. It's done in a participative way, it's done with businesses, it's done with research organizations, universities, with the public administration, with all stakeholders. So it's a bottom-up participative approach, and you decide on a limited number of areas that you really want to focus the public investments on. And that approach should very much continue in the future programming period. Of course, you need to update your smart specialization strategies and to say, well, maybe we should focus on slightly different things this time around, of course. So they need to be updated, you need to look at the results, you know, the evaluation, the results of the investments in your activities, in your smart specialization areas in the current period to see what has gone well, what hasn't gone well, what could be improved. But the approach should continue, and as I say, focusing the resources on this limited number of activities which can really, really grow, it's definitely the right approach. So starting work on that now, revising, updating your smart specialization strategies now, again, so that you're ready to invest in these areas from the beginning, is really, really important.
Dziękuję bardzo. Panie profesorze, a jak z punktu widzenia pana i świata nauki to
What about you
wygląda?
and the universe of science? What is your perspective? I'll be speaking on my own behalf, if I may. Well, I'm comfortable with 5 goals. I like the fact that goal number 5, the EU closer to citizens, because what is happening all around Europe is probably the after effect of us doing many beneficial things and useful things, but the focus was too weak at times. What I dislike is such high topical focus on topic 1 and 2, or goal 1 and 2. I don't want to say that they are not important, but it's not very beneficial for those weaker regions. Probably you will agree with me, Lubelski province is a strong case of it. You are probably very motivated to pursue those goals, but it may be difficult for you. I also see some territorial challenges when we talk about tools and vehicles or internal makeup or lineup of initiatives we would like to roll out internally. Well, what we see in Europe is the rising segmentation or the rising cleavage between different social groups and regions. So we need to address this issue. Otherwise, it's very possible we shall not meet in the future, because one Europe will fall apart. And another challenge, dependencies between places where you have positive and negative external impact. So things which are happening somewhere in the world or in Poland do have an impact on developments unfolding elsewhere. So we need to ensure that those positive externalities are strengthened, because this is what makes the EU stronger, and it helps us generate value added. And third thing, inconsistencies between developmental issues and jurisdictions. We address policies to administrative regions, because you've got local authorities, but problems go beyond administrative borders. And there is one very positive, successful example in Poland, integrated territorial investments. Perhaps we did not force, perhaps we've encouraged local authorities to cooperate, to put forward strategy, to design common projects. So territorial cooperation on very different levels, this is something that should be promoted, developed and championed during the next edition of structural funds and cohesion funds. Thank you. Well, yes, of course, we are doing our best to do everything territorially. For example, in Mazovia region, we have developed a program for municipalities, and we do understand that there is a need not to think about one county or several municipalities, but the entire region, and we will certainly follow up on this project. And a question to Director Kawałko. If we are talking about developmental issues, if we are talking about very diversified regions in Poland, say for Eastern Poland, there was another concept. There were plans to address subsidies to even smaller municipalities. I can tell you how we did it in Mazovia, but what about Lublin region? How would it look like in your region? Because what we see, we are witnessing major differences in GDP between those regions, not only on but also on lower level. For example, our eastern NOTS 3 are exactly the same like in Podlasie or Lubelskie region. So from the perspective of Lublin, how would it look like in your area? Well, we are gearing to upcoming efforts. We want to design a policy and take NOTS 3 on board. It's only an initial phase, because I know studies for Mazovia region. I've seen your assessment of NOTS 3, and we are also developing a similar study for our region, so the procedure has been launched. And something that is essential for the future, the management model applicable to the program. Today, it's not clear what model we should adopt. We are acting intuitively, because we have a sense, talking about regions, that there is a threat of double centralization. So you will have Brussels, so some elements, some components will be managed directly by Brussels, and later on the central level, on the level of Polish central government. This is something we want to avoid. ZIT, of course, this tool is effective. It's not easy, but beginnings are always challenging. We are very advanced. So seats, we are going to create seats in sub-regional cities, so former capital cities of provinces. There is a whole plan. Everything has been agreed. We have signed agreements with mayors of those towns and cities, and we want to get this program running within this framework. Plus, we've got regional municipal policy, so we've got a document that takes back-to-back approach to cities in the light of restructuring of the entire region. And this concept, this regional municipal policy, has been also designed and developed by municipal authorities. Yes, so we have new projects in the pipeline for the new financial framework, but we have only facultative or voluntary references. We don't have a lot of decision-making power, unfortunately. For example, management in cities which were identified as cities which no longer perform their former functions, and we don't know if the regional level will be embraced by the scheme. It should be, because these are not only money which will be allocated on the national or European level to cities, because you need to add some infrastructural elements to create this synergy effect. So this is what lies ahead for us, but certainly we are going in this direction. And because we are gearing for territorialization, for OSI, we want to go down even lower, to tie everything together and include the biggest number of entities in efforts on regional development. Yes, we're seeking for ways, but there are many things that need to be modified or changed or cleared. Okay, Director Dzierżba, question to you. We are afraid, looking at the policy of the current ruling party, we see a threat. These threats include decentralization, and this is something that you've mentioned already. 40% of funds from cohesion policy are paid through regional OPs. Can you ensure us this is how it's going to work within the next financial framework? Okay, before I answer this question, I would like to make another comment, because we've touched on many different things. You know, how can we prevent the slump in investments between different financial frameworks? In terms of programming and investments, we've reached a stage that enables us to go ahead with the investments, because we know what are the guidelines, we know what are the preferences of the European Commission. We can ensure refinancing later from different budgets. But we know what we should be doing, we know what we should be investing in. So before OPs are even adopted, we can go ahead with investments. So please keep it in mind, because it's going to definitely prevent slumps, for example, on the construction market. And something else, you've mentioned topical focus. Well, we believe that in the next programming network, following individual negotiations of the regional development program, there will be customized approach to topical focus. For example, if there are some regions which are able to spend more on goal number 1, will compensate less affluent regions. Later, we are able to negotiate this process, reach an agreement, we can eliminate potential tensions. And talking about centralization of the development policy, I don't know why this topic keeps on coming up in the public debate. Well, this model has been introduced in Poland in 2007 and it works. And all levels of administration have their competencies. So we can't have a situation where you don't have competencies to pursue projects, but you are still going ahead with them. I think we are going to maintain this model in relation to regional and nationwide programs. And topics-wise, you know, I think, you know, we just need to negotiate it to reach an agreement. And by the way, many topics we want to address, I've already said it before, we will address them within the national development strategy, which is going to identify how programs will be designed, how different issues will be addressed, how, for example, integrated territorial investments will be pursued. We've had pilot project implemented in provincial capitals, levels, and going down one level lower will be creating areas for strategic intervention. So NOTS 3, NOTS 3, exactly, or NOTS 4, including municipalities, if there is a need. We are going to be flexible. We want to bank on grassroots initiatives. We want to creatively discover new opportunities. Strategic intervention will be pursued on sub-regional levels. So in case of programming, we give you a lot of freedom. We want you to pursue projects that match your needs. So in line with the principle of partnership, there will be a number of incentives available to you. It's still too early to talk about specific solutions because the government has to identify which projects it's going to fund from the central budget. The national budget will be different, and as a result, probably allocation, the structure of allocation may be different, but there is a possibility that cities which do not perform major roles will receive funding from the central budget. Well, thank you very much. We respect your opinion. You're a pro. Politicians, unfortunately, they usually have a completely different vision. For example, different governors were expecting regional OPs to come under their competencies, but I understand this is not what the government intends to do. Okay, we're nearing to an end. And by the way, I've got no idea why they are so loud behind the curtain. They're making so much noise. Can you hear it? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a couple of words about my province. We are the leader in development in Europe and in Poland, but like Mr. Todd said, he has noted it, and you probably know that this region is highly diversified, and we've heard it during our discussion. One part of Mazovia is Warsaw and its environs, and the second part is the rest of Mazovia. Research conducted by Professor Szlachta reveals that those differences are huge. For many years, we've been striving to split statistics. We did not want Mazovia to be divided administration-wise because the bulk of our revenue is generated by the city of Warsaw and only 18 by municipalities around it. And the structure of expenditures is quite the opposite. And we've managed to maintain the status quo thanks to assistance of the previous and the current government. A decision has been taken that on the 1st of January, new territorial division in terms of statistics will be introduced for the province of Mazovia. So Warsaw and surrounding municipalities are not 2 and 3, and 32 municipalities are not 3. It poses us with a challenge because European Commission was using data for previous years for 2012-2016, if I'm right, yes? And as a result, the entire region is perceived as a whole, and consequently, we have very limited financing, 40% of subsidies for our projects, also in sub-regions, which are very much like Lubelski region. And admissible public aid is limited across the region. It will be the bare minimum compared to our neighbors, and it creates a massive challenge for us. While planning development policy, of course, we need to match it to our own potential and prospect EU subsidies. Plus, a very similar situation is faced by other European regions, for example Lithuania, where Vilnius has been excluded on 1st of January, Ireland with Dublin, which ranks second in terms of development pace or growth dynamics. Budapest was excluded in Hungary. It's also an economic power base, so everyone is struggling with it. And they have statistically divided provinces to consciously create development policy. So a question to Director Todd, is it possible, after all, to swiftly recalculate computed figures again, because we are ready to do that. So final decisions are based on taking into consideration those differences in development and revenues.
That is indeed a crucial question for you and for your region, because it makes a huge difference whether you are one NUTS 2 region which is more developed, or whether you are two NUTS 2 regions in different categories. And certainly the recognition by Eurostat of two NUTS 2 divisions in new regions and in the others you mentioned is a fair reflection of the territorial diversity of these capital regions in several different countries. Now, what we do and how we did it this time is that we always look at the latest available data, complete data, statistical data we have for a 3-year period. So when we made our proposals in May of this year, we had complete data at NUTS 2 level for 2016, 2015, and 2014. That was the 3-year series that we took into account and on which we based our proposals. Now, the practice has always been in the past that as time goes on, the negotiations continue, and when it comes to the final adoption of the proposals, in practice we always look at the latest available data. So I can certainly reassure you that I hope by May of next year, and as I say, I hope the deal is done in May of next year, that we will have complete NUTS 2 data for the Mazowiecki region for a 3-year cycle that can be properly taken into account when deciding the final allocation for you and for the other capital regions that you mentioned as well. It has always been the practice to do so, and as I say, we just need to be sure that we have the complete data at NUTS 2 level for that a 3-year period.
Dziękuję bardzo. Panie profesorze.
Z panem dyrektorem Wajdą byliśmy w zeszłym tygodniu w Brukseli na otwartych dniach i tam mniej materiałów rozrzucają niż kiedyś, ale były mapy. I myśmy na te mapy spojrzeli tak najpierw po raz kolejny europejskie regiony są różnymi kolorami zaznaczane, po czym dyrektor wykonał
the director said yes, because he noticed that Mazovia was split on the map into 2 different territorial units. And because Mr. Marshall was nagging me to calculate it again.
Państwa,
And
miasto
I
stołeczne
can ensure
Warszawa to
you
jest
that the
miejsce
capital city
jednego
of
z większych
Warsaw
sukcesów w Europie,
is
także
one of the
dzięki
biggest
funduszowi.
success stories in
Mianowicie
Europe,
produkt
also
krajowy
thanks to
brutto na
EU
mieszkańca
funding.
według parytetu
GDP
szli
per
najwyżej,
capita
na mieszkańca
buying
150%
power
średniej
is
unijnej.
150% of the European
No, ale
average.
mówię o nucie, czyli
I'm
z
talking
obszarem
about nuts,
otaczającym.
so it's
Natomiast,
Warsaw plus
ten
environs.
drugi region,
And the second
czy
region
subregion,
or
czy ten
sub-region
NUTS
or
drugi,
nuts
to jest
too
około 60%
accounts for
średniej
60% of the
unijnej. Przy czym zauważamy
EU
jego
average.
szybki rozwój,
But
czyli inaczej
it's
mówiąc,
growing
tam jakieś
fast.
przenikanie, jakaś
So
dyfuzja ma
there is
miejsce.
some
I to by
diffusion,
podkreślało, hipotezę pana
what
marszałka, że
confirms the
programowanie
hypothesis
wspólne
of
ma
Mr. Marshall.
duży
Joint
sens.
programming
I oczywiście,
makes sense.
prezes GUS-u
And of
obiecuje,
course, the
że
president
to
of the Polish
wszystko
Statistical Office has
przeniczy,
promised to
i
compute
taka
it
sama
again for
deklaracja
us.
jest ze strony
And
tych
we
pozostałych
had the same
państw,
declaration
regionów
from
i urzędów.
three
Więc wydaje mi
countries
się, że
we've
jeżeli
already
te
mentioned.
otwarte
So
dane
with
na
hard
stole,
data
no to tak
available on the
trzeba trzymać.
table, let's keep it up this way. Okay, thank you. And what about the approach adopted by the Polish government? Well, you remember that I was the head of the analytical team in 2014. I was calculating figures with allocations for the entire Poland in time. Caps were introduced. We've decided to split Mazovia, which is why we have taken this decision, and we have applied to Eurostat in 2015. The government has submitted the application in 2016, so we have computed accurate data, and in cooperation with you and the Central Statistical Office of Poland, we will make sure that this data is submitted to the European Commission. I know that Lithuanians have provided a whole set of data to Eurostat, so they are first, and I know that Mr. President has promised us to send the comprehensive package of data and indicators by the end of this year. In regulations applicable to reallocations and subsidies, we, in our letter to Austrian presidency, we have applied for territorial division that came into force in 2018. So if what Mr. Todt has said will happen, we'll be very happy, because our minimum project is, even if new allocation is not recomputed, I do realize that it's going to be hard to reconcile different interests within the Council. Still, these data should be applied to regions. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's the right time for you to ask questions to us or our guests representing the European Commission or representatives of the government or Mr. Professor. Do we have any questions from the floor? Don't be shy. No questions at all. If not, I will ask all panelists to shortly recap their positions. What do you hope for the upcoming financial framework, for the upcoming budget of the EU? Let's start with our representative of the European Commission. What are the hopes of the Commission for the upcoming financial framework?
Well, in a sense, it's quite simple, and as I said before, it's agreement by May in Sibiu next year. That would be very, very good. That's certainly our hope and our aim and our expectation. And can I just mention one final thing, Mr. Marshall, which I think was touched upon a little bit in the discussion today, but which is really, really, really important for the successful implementation of cohesion policy funds, and that is administrative capacity. In Poland now, over 2 programming periods, you've built up a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience in your regional operational programs. And one thing that we would very much like to see in the future is that you build on that capacity. because it's very, very clear from our long experience of cohesion policy that there is a clear link between the quality of the administrative capacity of the people working on the funds and the successful implementation of the programs. So we are very much in favour of stability of personnel, building up the knowledge and the experience in whatever region it might be. So the continuation of capacity and the building up of capacity is really, really important for the success for the future.
Dziękuję bardzo. Panie dyrektorze, a jak to z punktu widzenia...
Now, from the governmental perspective, I do hope, well, I'm not a pessimist as the professor, that the funds will be cut that much. Obviously, the point of departure is such that the funds will be lower, but there are some possibilities of fund transfer between the budget chapters. Hopefully the cohesion policy will grow again. Cohesion policy will help us to avoid the medium income trap and to successfully make a leap forward. R&D, for example, will help us enter a different realm in terms of development, will usher us into a new stage. We hope that in 2030 we will have reached the EU average. So how about the region, such as Lublin? I hope that in relation to a region, the final solutions will be conducive and friendly, and that will have taken into consideration the opinions and suggestions that the Polish regions have developed, have come up with, and were presented to various EU institutions through our marshals and representatives. We have quite a legacy of such suggestions. That was one thing. The second is that I wish that the perspective 20 to 27 starts on January 1st, 2021. We have run a study across the regions to answer the question why we are lagging behind in terms of statistics. This is because our programs have started to be implemented much later, and secondly, the effort in the regions is 3 times bigger than for the national programs, because we have much more beneficiaries, and you have to describe and process the contracts, the agreements. If we started on time, our performance would have been much better, although it's still okay. Professor, macroeconomic modeling indicates that right after the accession, the funds delivered 1% of extra GDP growth a year. That was possible because we have utilized our simple reserves. I believe that now it's going to be 0.5%. Over 7 years, though, it's quite a big growth. However, in this period of time, the investment projects financed from the cohesion pocket make up 70% of all public investment. Even after capping, I think it will be 50% still. But the development package will be more attractive because the co-financing is going to be higher, but, well, that's still open to negotiations. Deal will be definitely struck. And also some instruments will have the reimbursement or retour mechanism, so you will be able to use the same fund more than once. And it seems that the number of the booths outside, the stands outside, is much bigger than would otherwise have come from statistics of our growth, because we also tap into other opportunities, and there are many places still in Poland where the funds are going to play a tremendous role for the growth of our country, also to patch up some civilization gaps which result from the previous system. Thank you for that. Now it's time for me to say something about my hopes. Mazovsha is indeed synonymous with success. Has been for all the years we've been members of the EU. Thanks to tremendous contribution of the EU funds, but not only funds, we also received a lot of intangible input such as standard or good practices, administration, promotion, elevation of administration, professionalism of our officers. So money is important, but it serves as the starting point for various groups of population. For the academia and for research centers, the ability to acquire external funding gives the opportunity or ends an opportunity to pursue their dreams and projects. I hope that Mazovsha continues to grow as dynamically as it did in the past, that the gap between the metropolitan area and the rest of the province shrinks, but that will only be possible if we pursue the policy of uniform growth to give the support not only to the metropolitan area, which, by the way, needs that support badly, but in parallel we will also pursue a well-targeted policy for the rest of the region. So in this we expect a wise decision by the European Commission to continue to support our growth, because you shouldn't turn a blind eye to facts that take place. This also regards the Polish government, because now, since we have some funds after capping available, it will have to be divided up amongst 17 rather than 16 regions. We are going to manage the effort of dividing the funds into two regions, especially that the R&D potential is focused in the metropolitan area of Warsaw. The 33 Warsaw makes up 33 of the entire R&D potential of Poland. So it should be maximized, the use of it should be maximized. And also infrastructural backlog should be eliminated. So I believe in dynamic growth coupled with targeted EU support that continues in Mazovsha. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your listening. I thank the panel members. I thank Director Professor the other directors, and I think it was quite an interesting conversation also for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam Struzik, the Marshal of the Voivodeship, Christopher Todd from the EU Polish desk, Robert Dzierzwa, Department Director of Strategic Growth, Ministry of Growth, and the representative from the Marshal's office and the academia representative, the main economic, or the Central Economic University of Warsaw. Now let's start the next debate, 22-2. Please also visit the booths on this floor and the level below. Thank you very much. See you in a moment.
Szanowni Państwo, powoli przygotowujemy się do kolejnej debaty. Przepraszamy za to opóźnienie. Przypomnę, że ta strefa to strefa sceny Region Przyszłości. Tutaj rozmawiamy o przyszłości całego regionu, rozmawiamy o funduszach europejskich, o tym, jak pomagają Mazowszu, ale także jak pomagają przedsiębiorcom. I za chwilę dyskusja, która się rozpocznie właśnie na tej scenie, dotyczyć będzie różnych instrumentów wsparcia kierowanych do młodych, nie zawsze doświadczonych firm, chociaż często także takich firm, które mają już swoją ugruntowaną pozycję na rynku, ale szukają różnych instrumentów, które przyspieszyłyby ich rozwój. Ostatnia sesja dla fotoreporterów i myślę, że możemy zaczynać. Szanowni Państwo, zaczynamy w takim razie kolejną dyskusję o wspieraniu innowacyjności i przedsiębiorczości w regionie.
All right, let's start the next discussion supporting entrepreneurs in the region. Małgorzata Borkowska, the editor of the Think Tank magazine, is going to moderate this discussion. I also invite to the stage all the following guests.
Łukasia Hadysia, członka zarządu i dyrektora finansowego firmy Cross, pana Jacka Aleksandrowicza, prezesa Polski Przedsiębiorczej i pana Mariusza Frankowskiego, dyrektora Mazowieckiej Jednostki Wdrażania Programów Unijnych. Zostawiam więc Państwa w dobrych rękach.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Dziękuję za przedstawienie. Dziękuję.
Thank you for inviting all of us. Now, thank all the panelists for coming. I think one of our panel speakers is arrived with crutches. It seems that the cycling is not very healthy. Well, we still have some background noise from the other part of the hall, so why don't you move closer to the stage? Please take seats in the first row. We're going to build a more compact group. And please draw the curtains to make the room more encapsulated. The Think Tank magazine has been dealing with entrepreneurship from the very beginning for 10 years now. We are a club of entrepreneurs and those who have that entrepreneurial spirit. Who of you is a business person? So there are business people amongst us, but not all the audience is involved in business. So the Polish people are generally very entrepreneurial, but only few establish or found their businesses. People are generally entrepreneurial in their work, and they work for others and companies. So what we intend for this panel is to speak about entrepreneurship and business and how it is perceived. Because Poland is not very enthusiastic, the Polish have not been very enthusiastic about the business people in general. So that's my first question to guests, to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. The first question to all of you, how would you assess, after 3 decades of various changes that has happened in Poland, most of you are very young though, you can't remember the previous system, but some of us still do from the 20th century. In 2018, almost 19, have the Polish people come to terms with the business? Is it easy to be a business person, be a sole trader? Who of you can handle this question first? I can share my observations from our activities. The lady represents the foundation for startups. We have more than 100 businesses which pass through our programs. The high-tech enterprises are different than SMEs. How do they look like? Young people clad in T-shirts? That's true. Most of them are males. Women are not enough represented, but they are not dressed up in t-shirts, and they are not young. They are not 20 plus young men. The average age is 35 plus. So these are scientists mainly who've accumulated experience in research and also in running engineering companies, who have still the ambition to build their own stable business. So based on the research by Startup Poland, the most effective startups have been established by 40-plus entrepreneurs. So it's not the first time for them that they attempt to establish a business. So they heavily draw from their experience. So we have actually got rid of the impression that startups are just good for male IT engineers right after the studies who graduated just from the university. Well, if young people happen, below 25 usually, then from the conversation from those people, it seems that they were born as businessmen because they started building business already in the secondary upper school or the secondary school. So it's the attitude rather than age that matters. So I believe that, and I should tell you that many successful startups have not only been founded by those who are graduates, and some of these people are well known, such as Bill Gates, who have relinquished his studies at Harvard because he considered this to be a waste of time, especially in new technologies. But let's move to traditional business, such as production of bicycles. It is not positioned, or it might not be positioned as super high-tech. How does that business grow? Well, admittedly, 20 years ago I was not with Cross. Today the company is the leading producer of bicycles. Who of you has a Cross bicycle? Yes, congratulations. I hope that you're going to exchange your bicycles for new models. I'm not saying that the old ones were good, were bad. Looking at the industry, it is quite clear, but the speed, the pace is breathtaking. People now switch to electric cars, which is a tremendous challenge for the producers, for the manufacturers too. Now, if we look at the business people 20 years ago, I had a feeling that 10 or even 5 years ago, when you settled in a certain regions, you offered jobs. Today, however, and we see it at Cross, you have to advertise and you have to showcase as employer. For example, the candidates ask us if they would be allowed to pursue their passions. So it's not a bonus, it is just taken for granted. It is the job of the employer to allow or to provide conducive environment for the employees to pursue their passions. If that transforms them into a series of startups, even better. In Think Tank, we observe trends, and one of the trends that we have seen is that the attitude to work has changed dramatically. The new generations that enter the labor market bring not only enthusiasm, but they certainly don't want to be bored at work. They don't work for money anymore. What they want is some kind of passion, involvement, their own dreams and interests. Of course they work for money, but they try to combine the money with something which is of interest for them, which incites their curiosity. Some of them go full steam ahead, and founder companies. The others try to pursue that in other companies, in someone else's company, such as Cross. And interestingly, for the HR, who represents HR, it seems that HR people have a problem with that, how to reconcile those different people in one single company. You have 500 people in your company. Amongst them, there are persons born in various epochs. Yeah, 50% of them are millennials, about 30. Yes, and 20 plus come on top. So if you manage them together, it seems that it's very difficult to take an average, because you need to manage these different groups differently. Women also enter the labor market increasingly, and they bring in the women's perspective. Jacek, you have been represented in all perspectives. As the foundation, you are very close as the academic incubator. You are very close to various Polish startups, bigger or smaller. Some have matured. From your perspective, how do you view the business attitudes in Poland?
Well, looking back 2 decades ago, I see a huge difference, because 20 years ago, all us, we are sitting here, we were young, we were looking for a job, a full-time job. It was like a mantra. We were studying to get a good job. To tell you an interesting story, we organized BBC Forum, and we were submitting student-written draft bills at the government, and then MPs, so people who are smart, by definition, well, I don't know, according to statistics, MPs have the worst opinion among Poles, but education, standard education, they should have it. But nevertheless, we have encountered something what we find unacceptable today, because the first thing we had at the time was, could you change the name? Entrepreneurial. It was difficult to pronounce, so entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial, it was making its way to Polish vocabulary, because we previously referred to it as business people. So embracing this word in our speech was a major challenge, and today we have startups and startuppers, and this term is obvious, and there is no Polish term, by the way. And in not so distant past, it was something completely new, and people were shrugging at us. Why did I mention it? Because there are massive changes. Everyone today is determined to pursue his or her passions or hobbies in many different ways. For example, to run your own business, to start your own startup. For example, Edyta Saigli. Well, her company is a strong case of innovations in Mazovia, based in Warsaw. I don't know, Edyta, where do you come from? Where's Edyta? Please tell us where you come from. Are you from Mazovia? Yes, because we are focusing on Mazovia. We can't hear you. Anyway, you are from here. And there are plenty of similar examples, people like that, young, energetic, who are very successful. People who are not afraid to demonstrate their success. They are creating this market, and no teacher, no mentor, no politician is not going to implement, is not going to effectively communicate and encourage other people to become entrepreneurs, and Edyta is certainly a very powerful role model. probably people who are entering the labor market will be following suit, because anyone can become entrepreneur. Doesn't matter where you come from, doesn't matter how well heeled you are, doesn't matter what education you have. And by the way, business doesn't have very positive connotations in Poland. Very often, instead of mentioning business or the spirit of enterprise, which probably springs to mind, chutzpah, a good Yiddish word, a very apt Yiddish word, or cunningness. And at the same time, if you look at tables, entrepreneurs are going up. And by the way, I'll ask you a question. What profession in Poland enjoys the highest respect of the public? No longer the professor, no. A lecturer. Unfortunately, teachers, yes, firefighters, yes, Poles loved firemen. I don't know how many gentlemen or ladies dreamt of being a firefighter in their childhood days. This was a very popular figure. The least popular profession in Poland is, yes, politician, and it has been constant for several years. It's the least loved and least trusted profession in Poland. Entrepreneur is somewhere in the middle, halfway through the scale, sometimes higher up, sometimes lower down. And Poles associate entrepreneurs with what words spring to your mind? And an entrepreneur spells money. Enterprise is, yes, resourcefulness. What else? Activity, being active, yes, exactly. Findings of surveys reveal that Polish admire entrepreneurs for hard work, and secondly, for creativity. An entrepreneur must be a very creative individual, and of course negative traits always associated with enterprise, despite passage of time, is dishonesty. And okay, Mazovian unit, you get different applications from people who are very creative, who are very resourceful. And how do you verify these concepts? My experience dates back to 2004, so it's my third financial framework. I don't have to tell you what's the Mazovian unit, because you've probably had some dealings with it already. So looking at all those years when entrepreneurs were pursuing and implementing very different projects, I was stressing today that these are not projects of territorial administration, but entrepreneurs. And when I think, what words come to my mind when I think about entrepreneurs is passion, because you need to be passionate. You need to have a passion to pursue R&D projects today, for example, and negative associations or dishonesty you've mentioned throughout those years. Examples of dishonesty, perhaps not violation of the law. Law wasn't broken, but there was dishonesty, to quote, were few and far between. A good example, a company based in the southern part of Mazovia had a project, had a car wash project, and equipment was purchased while the project continued. But the problem was when we went to audit the car wash, it turned out that everything is neatly packed in boxes, no one took it out, and by the way, it turned out that the project is no longer located where it was but elsewhere. It's just one of very few examples. It's not extreme honesty, but failing to meet commitments made in the project. Sometimes, yes, you may relate it to creativity. Yes, has very, very enormous creativity, I'd say. We are famed for creativity. What's his name? Mr. Olin from the UK, when he came to Poland, invited by the National Association Board, he wanted to come up with a brand new tagline for Poland that would capture our national traits, and he spent 6 weeks. He spent 6 months in Poland, and he came up with a new tagline, creative tension. So yes, we are probably very creative. There is a lot of tension in our country, especially when with local elections underway, tension has become more palpable. But there are many doubts related to regulations which are not stable, and this is probably why Polish entrepreneurs who have to struggle with the state, with unstable regulations. I'm not going to talk about petitions, but we've learned the hard way that regulations should not be strictly followed. But there is a difference between Poland and, for example, Anglo-Saxon countries. Dishonesty plus entrepreneurial spirit go together in our country. So these are features that spring to mind first, plus affluence. When you ask Poles, would you make money working for the state, they would probably respond no, but it's possible when you are an entrepreneur. So, yes, we do have hopes that your business is going to make you money. And please join our discussion. If you've got any questions or any comments, please share them. So, what can build a positive climate around entrepreneurship in Poland? Because there are many good things that we see in doing business, but we are still miles away from the Anglo-Saxon model, which where an entrepreneur is seen as a very successful person. In the States, one man like that was appointed the president, but in our country we still have those negative connotations. So what can we do to have it changed in 2 decades? I think education is the key. We need to educate children. We need to promote certain mindsets, attitudes. To give you an example, we staged a business mixer, and Zbigniew Niemczycki, a celebrated Polish businessman, was our special guest, and we've had more people in the room than today, about 100 young people, and I asked them who runs his or her own business. Most hands were up, and later I asked them what are their wishes, and they wanted to grow their businesses. So we need business education, because sometimes you end up on the other side. Sometimes you end up working for the state, even though you are reluctant to do that. And you need to create a very favorable environment for doing business. Most people do not have to be entrepreneurs, but you need to have some entrepreneurial experience, because it's going to be easier for you to put yourself in entrepreneurs' shoes. So do we have anyone in this room who was running his or her own business and working for the government? So 4 people, okay. So several recommendations. We need better education. I think things have improved in Poland, because I think high school students after the reform have a subject called business education, and I went through the textbook. For example, you are taught how to write a CV, but you will nowhere find tips helping you to understand what it means to be entrepreneur. Magda Jabłońska, representing the Foundation for Entrepreneurship. During the past 3 years, we were working with startups, so budding companies. And right now we are going lower down because my organization wants to see as many entrepreneurs on the Polish market as possible to create as many innovative projects as possible. So recently I've been meeting with very different institutions, with universities, to talk about our business education today. Okay, so you were cooperating with universities and students? No. By the way, I was asking universities about their plans for business education on lower levels, because we know that there are many very effective activities put in place to educate kindergarten students about business. But the problem is we have no teachers, we have no business teachers. Who teaches business today? Biology teachers, but this is not how it should be. And by the way, what is entrepreneurship? Even at university, I still see that the mere course, entrepreneurship, teaches you how the company is structured, but this is no entrepreneurship, to be honest. So what we are still missing is proper education that would embrace the right mindset, attitude. By the way, not everyone with a specific mindset is an entrepreneur, but this mindset is nevertheless handy in real life. There are many universities that have introduced business courses for young entrepreneurs, start-uppers, but those courses must embrace an element of real-life practice to verify if things that we are being taught are practical in real life. Okay, so 2 recommendations. On one hand, entrepreneurship should be taught as early as possible, but then you need to have a knack for it. Probably biology teachers are unable to teach business. Plus, you need to have hands-on experience. You have to work for different employers because experience is very practical. I'm a political scientist by education. I've been specializing in EU funds for many years, and I've been talking with my academic friends about filling in applications for EU funding, and this is when they realize they cannot answer many questions that we keep on asking ourselves. I remember FARA regulations when subsidies were made available for companies. Those subsidies were treated on par with subsidies for universities. And there was a simple rule. You had to enclose your incorporation documents. For example, for some universities it was a challenge. They had to reach out very often to archives to dig out a 14th century document, so you need planning. So my question to Director Frankowski is, what lessons have you learned working with entrepreneurs, with companies all those years? And you are also offering to them different prospects because you want startups to grow into huge companies or mid-sized companies to evolve into big organizations, because this is a huge problem for Poles. We are very good at launching startups, but growing in size is difficult. This is not what we teach, how to transform a small company into a mid-sized company or grow even bigger. But we know how to help entrepreneurs Well, to be honest, I think business should speak for itself. But what we have learned, we know how to work with entrepreneurs. We know how to work with them individually and gain their confidence. It's very important for us because we know that the negative perception of public bodies, authorities lingers on. This refers to tax revenue, social insurance institutions. Entrepreneurs argue that very often they clash with authorities who make their life miserable. So whenever we talk to entrepreneurs and we meet, perhaps not me personally, but people who are accountable for projects, meet entrepreneurs, and when you inspire trust, everything is easier. Project is dynamic. It usually lasts 24 or 18 to 24 months. And different things may happen in the meantime because the market is dynamic, companies change, sometimes concepts change, management boards change, and an entrepreneur pursuing a project should not be afraid to tell us that, for example, he's behind time, or perhaps assumptions will be redesigned, or perhaps expenditure will be reallocated. Yes, but you are an authority. Okay, don't tell me can be trusted. If I tell you I'm not going to make it on time, what are we going to do? We're going to postpone the deadline, but it's very difficult to do it when you learn about it after the deadline, and unfortunately it does happen sometimes. So we are encouraging our partners to come to us and talk. And be honest, if there is a problem, let's talk about it and solve it together. And yes, we are successful very often.
You've been using words such as together or to trust, which are very difficult. The gentleman from Cross, how do you view the administration? Maybe not in Mazovia, but all the environment, because every company lives in an environment that is composed of other types of institutions. We have clients, but we have also administration, local, central, tax authorities, and so on. I would say this, it's not bad. There are no things that you have to remove immediately, to change immediately. But the approach by the administration is not like we have this and that money to spend and you have to invest the same amount of money. No, and the collaboration with the administration, we expect the same dynamism as it is in business. When the environment changes, all institutions should adapt. As a company, we have a big, tremendous challenge. We have to eliminate paper. All the signatures will be electronic. As the member of the board in other companies, I had to sign every page on paper to confirm the authenticity of the signature of the previous gentleman. So if the administration say, okay, it's fine if you sign this way and send us by email. I had a company in Holland, and in Holland you don't send an interpretation, a request, and you wait for months for the interpretation. The tax office says, all right, we trust you, let's do it your way. And it seems that the climate, business climate in Holland is much higher, so this is possible in that country, which is not possible in ours. So we shouldn't separate between the task of the administration and the task of business. Let's approach it as a project. We produce carbon frames as the only manufacturer in Europe. today we started getting the production process in control, not only as regards bicycles, but also in other aspects. Some say that you should actually approach the funds as like you have in the bank. For example, someone fills out the form for me that who would point out to certain things, caveats or whatever. There used to be an attempt to introduce the banks at a certain level or a certain point in the chain. Yes, indeed, Arek Lewicki of the Association of Polish Banks have been garnering support for this for a long time. But it seems that the association has not embarked on this. I think the Polish Agency of Development has attempted it again, so that the bank representatives verify the financial part of the award. So we all know what's on. The name of the game. The people, the business people want to focus on the business, and the backlog of dealing with the administration is getting more and more painful. I think it is connected with digitization. I think the doctors, the medical personnel, all the teachers have more and more forms to fill in electronically. Would anyone like to explain their experience of being a business person? Do we have any representative of administration who is an officer in administration? Why are you so shy? Okay, you have to ponder first whether you should come out or not. So, how about this misunderstanding or not understanding each other, administration and business? Has that improved, or it's still in the past? Ania, tell us your story.
Ja uważam, że rzeczywiście sytuacja się zmienia.
I believe that situation has changed. I worked in business, in companies earlier, and for many years now I've been working in various administration offices. I think that what has changed is that we started to trust each other more. Secondly, I believe that our approach to the beneficiaries and business or entrepreneurs has changed on our part too. I believe that we still have to work on building good relations, but since I've been dealing with the funds from the very beginning, I think that the attitudes have improved and the professionalism has improved too. We have procedures, instructions, programs and all, so we can be partners for the business. We keep learning, and I think this has changed dramatically.
Ja muszę powiedzieć, że też to widzimy. Chyba wszyscy widzimy, że...
And I do see it that the attitudes by the officers, including tax authorities, this has improved. Even if you call the tax office, they don't focus on checks anymore. They try to help you resolve the problem. Now, final question to you. If we were to find 2 or 3 recommendations for the future,
Bo tutaj pewnych rzeczy nie jesteśmy w stanie ująć żadnymi badaniami.
Because we are not able to actually grasp everything. I think mentality is the key. The mental attitudes. We have an entrenched opinion that there should be a separation, a distance between the administration and business.
to jeszcze ma przecież rozbiorową przeszłość, zwłaszcza
This stems from our
rosyjskim, gdzie
partition
ludzie
past,
w
occupation
dalszym
past.
język, tak?
We were in wars under the Russian occupation, where the predominant attitude is if you keep quiet, you will reach further.
Nie chcieli pisać biznesplanów.
For example,
że jak tak wszystko
the
wyłożą,
business
to ktoś im ukradnie.
didn't want to draw up business plans because they were afraid of them being stolen away from them.
Stabilnej firmy to jest jeszcze bardzo
And
daleko, ale
from an idea to the thriving business is a long way. So could you suggest a recommendation? What should be done between entrepreneurs who are very entrepreneurial and the administration? How about foundation like yours? How about the world of academia? What should we do in order when we meet in 10 years that we don't continue like this? If we do a project, there is one partner at administration and the other partner is the business. No. Thanks for this little round of applause before I begin. Some things have started rolling already, and there are some multifaceted initiatives. It is not only about an institution financing an idea of a given startup owner or entrepreneur. The point is to find as many overlaps as possible where the startups can work together with the administration. We have Michał Misztal with us, who is co-founder and coordinator of the Mazovia Startup Accelerator. Please show. That's a very good initiative. And Mazovia, as one of the first provinces in Poland, put forward an initiative of establishing their own startup accelerator. Together with the Polska Przedsiębiorcza Foundation, we are on the lookout for the startups in Mazovia, not only in Warsaw, but Radom, Sielco, Ostrołęka. So you mean the town or municipal administration? Yes, but not limited to. Or they cooperate with everyone who has an impact on local populations. This is how we can learn from each other, and I wish that such an accelerator evolves towards the administration looking for the ideas among the startups to make their work more efficient. Creative people are prepared to come up with various things and implement them in the administration. That would be very helpful. And if such a collaboration, such partnership expands, and if it's a win-win for both parties, that would be the key for the success in the future, so that the difference between administration and business blurs, is eradicated. Because I believe that creativity should be present in all institutions, in all organizations, private and public. We need entrepreneurial people everywhere. And if that exchange of opinions is broad and deep enough, it will be easier to achieve, to have good progress. I think that managerial experience exchange could come in handy. Of course, the objectives are different, because in company you need to bring a revenue and you have clients, but how you approach certain tasks are very similar. As think tank, we launch a project of public institution management, and many business practices turned out to be very helpful for the administrators. who are not graduates of business administration, because graduates like those end up in business and not in administration usually. So not everything is possible to transpose, because the objectives are different, but definitely some of them can be brought over. Well, as far as my recommendation is concerned, as regards the matured enterprises, I speak with them about the organizational culture to entice the entrepreneurship. So what my conclusion would be is that we all learn that success has many fathers and should have many fathers. And a father of success of a tech company, which is very difficult to run, and I admire those people who take a step in that business, should enjoy support, should obtain support from all around. In Poland, we learn in the incubation systems, acceleration systems, thanks to seed money, we started learning the partnerships in various constellations. And I believe that the success of the startups we support today will have many fathers. We shouldn't be ashamed of that. We shouldn't attribute success to just one organization. It's a joint success, and I'm very happy to have noticed that the administration has started communicating the funds in a different way. Like the praise, the boast with the beneficiaries who are startups today. So, since I've noticed that, it means that we all want to have a share in the success of entrepreneurs. It has indeed become very fashionable and trendy that large companies, multi-year-old, many years old companies, even more than 100 years old companies, they transform themselves badly. They don't feel good into the 21st century. So if they incorporate a startup, it helps them to grow, because startups are not encumbered with huge backlog of procedures and the corporate culture, like you call it, which is very similar to the culture of very rigid administration. A large corporation resembles a large office, large administration unit, whilst the startups help to transform them from bottom upwards. There is concern that many huge corporations are not going to accommodate, embrace the change and adapt. They will fail. So finally, the question to you, sir, could you perhaps envisage this being implemented in the administration, like the culture changing because you add innovation organizations at the bottom, cutting red tape, eliminating procedures? Well, I'm pondering what you think, what you envisage, speaking about those add-ons. Well, a startup can offer you Internet of Things or AI serves you documents. There is a very interesting report by the Sobieski Institute on Internet of Things with many recommendations to the public sector. If there are so many things they could have if only they ordered, and the Polish startups have plenty of interesting solutions that adapt the work of administration, align it with the 21st century. Well, I think that those boxes we have, it's something that you can innovate with, like you touch with it your smartphone, and then the data flow across.
poza podpisaniem umowy, która
The whole
zawiera,
EU
cała
funds
reszta
procedure, except for signing agreement which is on paper, all the rest is taking place electronically,
systemu, czy potem
internally
systemu na poziomie krajowym,
and nationally,
SL. To są jedne z elementów, które już
the SL system.
wydaje
So
mi się,
this
że
is
trwają do przodu,
something
że
that
rzeczywiście
drives
nie ma
us forward.
konieczności,
There is no need
zawsze
anymore
pojawiania się w tym urzędzie,
to
można
show up
to
personally
za pomocą
in the office.
systemów,
You can use it online. You can do it online, and this is one
które już powodują
of
pewną, nazwijmy to,
the things that
na poziomie
promote innovation in
Co
the
druga
administration.
rzecz. Ja uważam na
Secondly,
przykład, że tylko to jest niestety bardzo rzadko cały czas stosowane.
I believe,
czyli
although it
elementy
is very
związane
seldom
z
used,
zamówieniami publicznymi. To
are
znaczy,
things
że te
applicable to
instytucje
public procurement.
publiczne, moim zdaniem powinny być
I believe that
instytucje, które
public
powinny zaczynać,
administration
próbować promować na przykład
should be amongst the first
polskie,
who
ale na
promote the
przykład
Polish
rozwiązania
solutions
startupowe czy młodych,
from
czy
Polish
promować
startups
w ten sposób
and
młodych-
to
młodych
promote young
przedsiębiorców, czy młode-
Polish
czy młode
business,
firmy, bo to nie zawsze
young
młody
companies.
przedsiębiorca, to oznacza, że rzeczywiście
I mean,
młody-
young companies and not young
młode
people
firmy,
running them, because they are not always young.
poprzez zamówienia publiczne.
So public
Czasami
procurement
wydaje mi się,
going
to
to
Warszawa
startup is
stara się
very important.
patrzeć,
This is what
z
Warsaw
jakimi
attempts to
produktami
do,
Warszawa jeździ na swoje targi. No,
looking
oczywiście,
at the products they promote
cukiernia warszawska, na
in
przykład,
exhibitions.
Firma, która produkuje takie specyficzne, nazwijmy to gadżety typu skarpetki.
The companies producing gadgets or sweets or similar things which are very tightly connected to Warsaw, and they showcase those companies.
To są takie elementy, które
So this is something that administration should do in general. Another thing I should add is about the climate we should build up. We speak too little about the successes. We don't showcase the success stories. When during the opening ceremony, I spoke about 3, and the representation of the EU said, "Okay, please send us those projects because we want to showcase them too." I have 12 projects from the companies that are represented here. I want to showcase them in the region, in Poland and in Europe, and we should speak a lot about this.
Ostatni głos do pana prezesa.
Quick question, then back to you, sir. Yes, good afternoon. I represent a foundation. Beata Woźniak. We collaborate with the Mazovian Authority, and the mission of our foundation is to create dignified jobs. And that's what we've been busy doing for many years. Now, if we speak about business and entrepreneurship, in addition to hard market, there is also something which is called social economy. I've been listening to a program on my way here about the increasing problem of depression. We are told about many children born with various dysfunctions, and that's just a drop in the ocean of needs. These companies, though, are made up of people, so we'll have to address those issues. And it seems that the success, economic success, is great. And I think that the social business is also another form, and I think that democratic management would be interesting.
I had to exercise pressure because our time is coming up, but it's one of the trends. in 21st century, things will merge. Business will merge with operations of NGOs, and media will be not doing their thing. We have to learn to cooperate together because the world has got too complex for us. And I'll give the floor to entrepreneur. Okay, very briefly, I'll reiterate some things. I don't want to offer advice to authorities, but we need to implement tools that make working easier. In businesses and at public administration, doing nothing is not the way to be, but we need to do everything to make work easier. If startups do it, great. Perhaps we can facilitate things via tenders. We should nevertheless do everything we can to make things easier. And secondly, we have to talk to businesses. I don't want public administration to call businesses. I just believe they have such vast expertise and resources, so they can gather like-minded businesses to pursue their own goals and see what constitutes the biggest challenge to everyone. Or perhaps simply communicate that most people do certain things certain ways, and I'm talking about administration and institutions, and you won't have a special employee or a special position for someone to liaison with public administration. So let's talk. It's big, it's important, it's meaningful. We are talking within our think tank. We are inviting everyone to our meeting, so thank you very much. I hope we are going to see you again. So Magda Jabłońska, the Foundation for Technological Investments, Marcin Hadyś of CROSS, Marcin Aleksandrowicz, Polska Przedsiębiorcza, and Marcin Frankowski of Mazovian Implementing Unit. And those of you who are curious about education, we've got Michael Kennedy straight from the US, so if you can stay with us for half an hour, visit our stall. We are on the right-hand side. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring him to the main stage. He teaches about education, and he also deals with the future of knowledge, not only education or business education. And on 10th of December, we've got our Christmas think tank lecture, and in January, Davos lectures. So please follow us, think-tank.pl. Thank you for moderating this panel, and see you later.
Dziękujemy bardzo pani dr Małgorzacie Bonikowskiej, prezes...
Małgorzata Bonikowska, the CEO and the publisher of Think Tank magazine. Thank you very much for taking part in our debate, and I would like to encourage you to visit other stores.
Oni dysponują wiedzą, doświadczeniem, którym chętnie się z państwem podzielą na temat wykorzystywania funduszy europejskich na rozwój, akcelerację, na konsultacje dla przedsiębiorców mikro, małych, średnich. Swoją drogą proszę pamiętać, że w programie regionalnym są środki właśnie na takie działania przeznaczone i o nich można dowiedzieć się rozmawiając z konsultantami z Mazowieckiej Jednostki Wdrażania Programów Unijnych. Przed nami krótka przerwa i za mniej więcej 15 minut zaczniemy tutaj dwie prezentacje. Obie dotyczyć będą właśnie startupów, właśnie młodych firm, ale przede wszystkim instrumentów, które są dla nich przeznaczone. Zapraszam za kilkanaście minut. Dziękuję bardzo. Za chwilę zaczniemy prezentację.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be kicking off with presentations in a minute. If you can hear me, and if you are outside somewhere, please come and take a seat. To comment on the previous debate, I would like to jog your memory and repeat that we've got different stalls of different organizations and institutions, different contact points for different R&D programs. We've got all institutions tackling issues discussed in the first and second debate. And they are the right people to discuss funding, different measures put in place, and possibly how those measures are going to be applied in the future. And right now it's time for the first out of two presentations, Dagmara Strzempicka, Digital Knowledge Lab. Good afternoon. I'll also make a reference to what's been said before. Our accelerator is supporting business, and we are here today because we are a very strong case of support provided to business, support which doesn't involve cash. You can support businesses using many different ways, providing them with services and know-how. So today I'm going to discuss a program implemented together with 9.Mazovia during the past year, and this program will be continued. First of all, a couple of words about who we are. We are a foundation, Digital Knowledge Observatory, who tackles digital education and technologies in learning process, so the so-called EdTech. And to tell you more which areas of interest are core areas for us. Okay, so knowledge. So we are building our knowledge repository. We have Academy, where you can learn many exciting things. We offer online courses and we publish different texts and features. We also create our own digital or online learning methodology. We have our own platform, but I will tell you more about it later. We're also keeping an eye on developments in business, so that's the observatory part. We've got our research department doing surveys and neuromarketing studies. If you visit our stall today, you can play with eye tracker and see how it works. Our R&D department is analyzing everything that is happening in business. On the bottom, I don't know if you can read it, we've got the funding part. In addition to the accelerator, there is an investment fund I represent specializing in EdTech projects, and we are going to harness money in such projects in the nearest future. And later, there is the infrastructural component, what means that we've got village and a lab. It's our campus located in Puławska Street in Warsaw. There is space for staging events. We've got focus rooms. We've got a recording studio, our own server room, lots of equipment made available to entrepreneurs. And we are also working on them on digital or digitization of knowledge, which is our core business. And this is where the lab we are operating comes into action. And let's go back to the program, which was implemented from September. It kicked off in September 2017 and was completed this year, but this program will be continued on our own And next Friday, its second edition will kick off. The fourth edition will be very different, but first two editions and the entire concept was conceived through cooperation with local administration of Mazovian province, and thanks to funding obtained from Mazovian authorities, we are able to continue efforts on the project. A handful of figures. Like I've said, we've been implementing this program for a year, 2 editions. We've had more than 120 applications, 36 projects that have translated into 5 products launched on the market. These are educational products. I'm going to discuss them in a minute, and there are new ones in the pipeline. Recordings are continued in our studio, and very soon they will be launched on the market. So the 3rd edition is in progress. This Friday we are meeting with people representing different projects and rolling out a training course, and the 4th edition is being prepared. It's going to be a difference. I'm going to discuss it later. How it looks like, what great things you can create with public funding, with subsidies provided by local authorities. I'm going to show you a short video giving you lowdown on the 1st edition. Okay, watching the video, I smile to myself because I'm very well familiar with all those people. We've been working together for months, sometimes even half a year. So it's a period of very intense effort. Being a business strategist, I was advising them. So we've spent long hours in workshops, in training, which is why I feel emotionally attached to this group. And the same goes for the 2nd edition. To give you more information about it, our accelerator, I'm not talking about those 2 first editions that were completed, but the entire concept of the accelerator, which will be developed and expanded over the years. There are 2 aspects to it, and it's also split into 2 different financial frameworks, and projects attached to different financial frameworks have different goals, because entrepreneurs have different needs. So one perspective is tied to technology, and it includes projects engaging or embracing different types of new technologies, the same technologies that you use in fintechs or smart techs or any other innovative areas to transform education. Think for a minute, try to imagine communication 100 years ago and how it looks now. These are worlds apart. Or medicine. back a century ago and now, two different universes. The same goes for transport. And think about the school 100 years ago and now, nearly the same. Education is one of the final vestiges of the old era. It has been barely untouched by new technologies, and for some time changes have been introduced. Why does it take so much time? There are many reasons behind it. There is a lot of resistance because people are reluctant to experiment on children, and I gather, referring to the previous debate, it also ties to public sphere. Public education is public by definition, and it's not very flexible, it's not very open to innovations and creative solutions, and there are probably many other reasons, but as a result, education has changed the least, but fortunately it is evolving now, and we want to make a contribution. We want to be brought up to speed in terms of all new technologies, VR or augmented reality, that you can experience today if you visit our stall. For example, educational robots. There are first very successful examples coming from universities. The human lecturers have been replaced by robots, up and running, very capable. Machine learning or AI, it's very important in terms of those two perspectives, because artificial intelligence will help us receive feedback in real time in e-learning, because what's the advantage of a human teacher over an e-learning course? Well, the teacher knows you. The teacher is able to tell you what you are doing wrong, and an online or e-learning course is static, is not providing you with feedback. But algorithms adapting themselves to our level or our standard of knowledge will help you learn. 3D technologies is also happening. There are other very successful examples coming from Poland. 3D used in education, all mobile devices, and learning wherever you are, whenever you have time. For example, if you find me boring, you can use an app to learn English on underground, on the bus, anywhere. Internet of Things, all new media created as we talk here. Virtual cooperation, you can experience it when you visit our stall, because we have startup from the second edition from the program offering virtual VR solutions or VR plus solutions, so you can organize a class meeting with the coach, a teacher, and students or trainees who may be located in very different places worldwide, and this is technological perspective. The second one is content focus perspective.
We say that content is king, so if you can create the right content, you can sell your services or products at ease. With ease, excuse me. So we still see the growing number of people who are becoming educators, experts who have a message to convey to the world, and they want to change the way how it is conveyed from the real life to digital, or those who start their voyage with internet or teaching. These are the people who came to a program.
nauczyć się dopasować odpowiednią formę
We've
kontentu i
been
nauczyć się, jak ten
teaching them
content
how
tworzyć,
to create content and how to match the content with the needs of the client.
To są takie projekty,
So the content
gdzie mamy eksperta, gdzie mamy
projects
specjalistę
involve an
z
expert
który
in
na
a
przykład
given
do tej
area
pory prowadzi szkolenie
who
stacjonarne,
has so
a
far
teraz chciałby
conducted
stworzyć akademię cyfrową,
class learning,
albo jest
but
to
now
osoba,
she
która
wants
właśnie w takim
to
momencie,
establish a
swojego
digital
zawodowego
academy,
postanowiła
or a person who decided to teach others
i
because
tego rodzaju
of
projektu
the,
zapraszamy do współpracy.
let's say, timing in their lives.
Takim właśnie przede wszystkim projektom, ale nie
The
tylko,
projects,
dedykowane były dotychzasowe dwie edycje akceleratora. I teraz chwilę
so the two editions of Accelerator were dedicated to such projects. Everyone participated in training, and training was divided into two parts: business training,
zbudować strategię dla biznesu, jak przeanalizować rynek,
where
jak
we
stworzyć plan
were
finansowy,
taught how
oraz
to
szkolenia
analyze the market, how to draw up a business
z
plan, and
edukacją
e-learning
cyfrową, z tworzeniem kontentu,
aspect, creating
z
content,
materiałami,
multimedia,
z tym, jak zaplanować
how
scenariusz,
to plan
kursu,
a curriculum for an e-learning course, etc.
to były konsultacje
The
eksperckie.
next
Zbudowaliśmy
phase was
bazę
expert
ekspertów,
consultations.
albo osób, które
We
mają
have drawn up
doświadczenie,
an experts base
edukacji cyfrowej, albo
of those
specjalistów
people
biznesu,
who
albo
are experienced in educational business or technology experts, and other participants throughout the program could take advantage of those consultations, tapping into their knowledge and experience. Then we drew up action plans together. It differs from a business plan because in the action plan our participants had to plan what they want to achieve in the program, not in business, but they had to
I to była podstawowa różnica i
plan the steps of the plan's execution.
ważny element całego programu, ponieważ
So that was very important because we, in a sense, forced them to rethink their strategies.
Ta strategia się bardzo zmieniła. Czyli
And following up on it, the strategies usually have transformed. People enter the program and left it with two different concepts. People were also working on their digital projects. They were forced to create scenarios, to draw up a plan of knowledge they want to implement, because it's not always about online courses. They've been busy working a lot with the educators, experts in teaching methodology, all while working in a studio in front of a camera. They had to speak to a camera, they then review their performance, and twice it has happened that standing in front of a camera changed the plans dramatically. For example, a person who wanted to make a film decided to write instead because this person didn't feel at ease in front of the camera. And then we had a debriefing where the participants showcased the project to investors, to experts, to each other too.
Z takich właśnie elementów składał się nasz program akceleracyjny.
So our acceleration program consisted very much of that. What are the next steps? I have here 4 projects that you can use. We have this Apt Ninja, which is actually the essence of our times. It's a result of a joint effort of several people who stopped going to work. They started working from the furniture instead, and it went so well for them that they started teaching that ability to others. The mission now is to convert
Okazuje się, że udaje się to
the
dużo
companies and administration, which comes as a surprise. Oscar, a participant, was an officer, and he made an agreement for teleworking with that administration unit. So those, or that group of people, App Ninja or Able Ninja, converts companies to teleworking, and it also educates the persons who want to become teleworkers, so for both parties. It offers reading handouts and online courses, and also services provided clients place. The next project is Mateusz. That was the example I told you about a person who wanted to do something first and went out with a different project altogether. Mateusz teaches people play guitar with a colleague. He did it in the class, so to speak, but it turned out that more and more of his clients want to do it via Skype. A guy from Australia, for example. So Mateusz came with an idea to run a digital music course, or school basically, also for other instruments, to teach people play instruments online, using various tools for streaming of voice and picture or video. In the course of our work, we asked the question what the overarching goal of his is. It turned out that this person wanted to have more time for his artistic work. The school, however, is not going to give him that more time, because a lesson takes a certain amount of time, be it digital or be it real. So Mateusz decided to run a school based on the so-called blended learning. Digital blended, or course, e-learning course, blended with group meetings. Or group meetings on Facebook, for example. So that gives Mateusz more time for composing and playing, and his students get Mateusz as their teacher. ProPedis is a professional school for pedologists, not pedophiles. One of the Warsaw medical services started to develop a program for feed carers. And for our cameraman, it was very strange to switch from filming faces to filming feet. And then the last project that teaches programmers, and not only programmers, on AI, how to use AI in practice, how to apply it in practice. I wanted also to mention two other projects from the second edition. We have gentlemen representing those two projects in our booth outside. One is one project is about a virtual training room. You can use VR space for an online course to meet your teacher and students. The other one is a training project designed to change the way how architects collaborate with the clients. I shall recommend that to you very much, because it's a great experience to put the goggles on and see what they have to offer. I don't know if anybody of you used an architect who had to showcase their design. They use usually rendering software, 3D rendering software.
wprowadzić jakąkolwiek zmianę,
If you put a change, like you move a wall or add
to trwa to kilka
a
dni.
structure,
Renderowanie
that would take
trwa bardzo długo po prostu. Nie tyle projektowanie, co
a few days, because rendering takes an awful amount of time. Now, the application that Tomek generated is based on real-time rendering, which is a new technology, not very much known among the architects. So the owner of this program trains the architects how to use that real-time rendering, and he also created an app that allows us to put the VR goggles on, look around your let's say apartment, and then you can furnish it or repaint the walls and so on. I encourage you to go to a booth and experience VR. So all these projects are submitted to our incubator or accelerator. What are the next steps? I shall tell you about 4 things: about smart learning, about a different accelerator in partnership with the Mazowieckie province, the edition, third edition of Knowledge Surfer, and the accelerating platform of sorts. The smart learning platform is going to collect knowledge and distribute it using our platform. This will help all educators to transform their knowledge into digital products. The next thing is the Academy Startup Leagues, a project implemented in collaboration with the Mazovia province. This is the Most and Startup Hub Poland. The 3 of our foundations put their heads together to offer an acceleration program. We're going to invite projects related to higher education. We hope to involve non-Warsaw-based universities, which might have interesting projects and no idea what to do with them. The third thing is the 3rd edition of Knowledge Surfers. And the previous 2, we had a mixed bag of projects. We're going to focus on content right now. We start on Friday. We have a group of several startups who are committed to producing digital education products. And soon we are going to launch a technology edition only, which will focus on the projects that intend to transform the world of education using digital. I will give the floor to Kamila in a moment, who will tell you about the technology edition of our program. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję Dagmara za przedstawienie. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Thanks Dagmara for introducing me. I'm Acceleration Manager. My name is Kamila Kuźniewska.
Czy możemy przechodzić prezentację? To nie moje.
Can we switch back to presentation?
Dobrze, zanim się pojawią slajdy,
Right, before the slides appear on the screen, I will talk you through
będziemy otwierać
Right. Soon we are going to open, end of October to be precise, we are opening the invitations to hardware and software solution contests aimed at broadcasting content. So we are adding another jigsaw puzzle to the content solutions we've been promoting so far. So now we focus on content embedding.
technologicznej będziemy
During the technology thread, as we call it, we're going to teach how to use digital for teaching, how to teach new technologies,
jak opisać przede
how
wszystkim
to
projekt, bo content jest
describe a
łatwo
project,
wpisać, on się
because
zamyka,
it's
tak? Content
easy to
stworzony
describe
wideo,
content.
trzeba
You
aplikację
have a content, you have a
jakiś,
video course, you have an application with a course, you see what you buy and you know what you buy. Now for a software that's just framework
jest to nieco
to
trudniejsze, więc na pewno z uczestnikami będziemy
set up
opisywać
content
produkty i
we're
będziemy
going
zastanawiać się
to describe products
będziemy
and
pomagać,
think
jak komercjalizować takie rozwiązania.
together with them to help them commercialize such solutions.
Z korporacjami, ze środowiskiem
We
biznesowym,
focus on cooperation
które
and
jest
business,
coraz bardziej zainteresowane współpracą ze
which is
startupami.
increasingly interested in collaborating with startups.
Startupom wykonania jakichś konkretnych
For
projektów.
example, they subcontract startups with
Tutaj będzie też duże
performing,
pole,
with
dla
producing
naszych
certain parts of their projects. So there's a vast room for our participants
jak wdrażać
to learn more how to implement a ready product,
w jaki sposób.
how to choose the
Oczywiście
partners
to, co było w poprzednich
and
nitkach,
how
też,
to
też jak najbardziej
proceed.
będziemy mieć szkolenia
We're going also to have methodology workshop and digital workshops. Also studio work is envisaged.
W poprzednich nitkach
But this will look
kontentowych
differently because in the previous content threads, the studio work
ograniczona może wyzwaniami
was
projektu.
limited
Czyli,
by the challenges that the projects
nagrywaliśmy content.
posed.
W tym momencie
Basically, what we've been doing was content recording. Today, now we forget the content. We have to prepare video and materials to present the solution in an attractive way, so that it is interesting for the clients and it really showcases the functionality and capabilities. Please visit our website.
Tam będziemy zamieszczać
We're
informacje na bieżąco.
going to
Uruchamiamy nabór.
publish new information. I think end of November we're going to launch. Please visit our website and thank you for listening.
Bardzo dziękujemy za
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to remind you that this year we have two presentations. One was focused on new technologies, new opportunities for cooperation with young companies and providing them with substantive support, not always financial support, because not only cash is essential, sometimes a dash of know-how, exchange of information is all we need. But if you ever need money, an expert in funding, in instruments of various types is Michał Gorzelak, the coordinator of the National Contact Point for Financial Instruments.
Teraz dzień dobry Państwu, już działa. Inkubacja, akceleracja...
Incubation, acceleration, startup, it sounds great, it often works great, but what comes next? We are reaching a stage when a company has launched a product which is selling well, perhaps has managed to prospect venture capital partner, perhaps is seeking for one, but then you need money. I know that we are going to put our feet firmly on the ground. I'm not going to talk about lofty concepts, but how to get funding to start your own business, different financial measures, different types of support available to entrepreneurs in need of funding, which you need to pay back because you no longer get subsidies, you don't have to pay back. Well, such funding is now available under different programs. National initiatives funded exclusively with Polish funds could be initiatives or operating programs such as the regional OP for Mazovian province, which is the spotlight of today's event. Could be OPs that are nationwide, and we've all heard about those sources because this is money for promotion, for ATL, BTL, for organization of events, but there is a group of programs, and I'm going to discuss them today, which are little known or less known because you don't have a lot of money there for technical support, for example, and they are a bit overshadowed by this very generic support provided under the cohesion policy. Okay, I gather that I should focus on the bottom of the slide because there are 4 seats obstructing the view. I'm not going to rearrange the stage because I'm going to ruin everything. Anyway, which institution am I representing? Well, the National Contact Point operating for 11 years. We are funded by with public money, what means that we provide services free of charge. We are also associated with the Union of Polish Bank, what makes sense, because if you want to obtain funding from lesser known European funds, there must be, you need banks, you need lease companies, you need different institutions providing refundable funding to entrepreneurs. So whenever I say banks, it also means other financial institutions. And what we are offering is information, promotion or advisory support regarding financial measures and EU programs in relation to all programs providing financial measures addressed to entrepreneurs. We are not pretending we know everything about any operating programs, but we are well versed in funding. So COSME, the program that supports the competitive edge of SMEs, so it's a program geared for all SMEs. There are no requirements about exploration of the space. Any small and medium-sized enterprise may benefit from it. Horizon 2020, the biggest EU program ever with the biggest budget, and financial instruments account for 2 or 3% of its budget, but it's still more than the entire COSME budget. EASY, a nice sounding name meaning employment and social innovation, and the final program offering financial instruments with preferential refundable funding for entrepreneurs is Creative Europe. What we offer as a contact point is support addressed to entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs are our key audience. It's essential because to address our support to entrepreneurs, support must be distributed by financial institutions. And entrepreneurs may easily benefit from such funding, but in order to launch it, we have to deal with a very daunting exercise, apply for funding, etc. How does it work? How does funding work? Well, Chair 1, this is the European Commission. The European Commission, which teamed up with member states to identify the shape of the program and its goals. Okay, step 2 is probably seat number 2 as you see it. It's the European Investment Bank, and this group includes European Investment Fund, an institution implementing support addressed to SMEs, but not directly. It does not provide them with direct funding, but it makes contracts with national financial intermediaries. So, for example, banks and lease companies, warranty funds or venture capital funds operating in Poland, and different institutions of that type. Usually, sureties are the most common measures used in Europe, so you don't get €1 billion, but you'd get sureties. What means if something is wrong, so the bank provides a loan, or a lease company offers a lease plan or a credit to entrepreneurs. So if anything goes wrong, if payments are defaulted because the investment goes south or something goes awry, so if the entrepreneur doesn't pay the money back to the bank or any other institution, the bank declares losses to the European Investment Fund and gets 50 or 80% of the sum reimbursed, and at the same time applying for the warranty for reimbursement, the institution commits itself to assign benefits from reimbursement to the entrepreneurs. Why? To help SMEs overcome roadblocks in access to funding. Whenever we hear preferential funding, we think of lower margin, lower interest rates, lower cost. It could be, but doesn't have to. The main goal of those measures is not to provide a cheaper credit to all entrepreneurs in Europe. It strives to provide funding to those entrepreneurs who would not get it in the market because of different roadblocks listed on the slide in the sequence corresponding to reasons behind refusal of banks, of lease companies. So whenever you apply for funding, you may hear that your credit rating is not right, meaning that in the eyes of the analysts or credit scoring system, a given investment envisioned by the entrepreneur and to be funded with the loan, for example, if you need a revolving credit, the likelihood of the project going south is very high. There will be no profit to pay the credit or lease plan back. And what will happen then? Will EU financial measures fix the situation? No. EU funding or national funding is not provided to support entrepreneurs in obtaining loans that will most likely never be paid back. You should rethink if your concept is right, if it's legitimate. And perhaps you should redesign your concept, because perhaps the error is not in the banking system, perhaps it's in the concept. Lack of collateral, another roadblock. Very often entrepreneurs are turned away by banks, by lease companies because of bad credit rating. Lack of collateral. Second relevant reason, I want a loan, but I'm not able to provide the collateral to secure the loan. Why? Because the subject of investment that you lease or that you pay by loan could be a collateral, and if anything goes wrong, the bank or the lease company can take the car or machinery back and sell it. No, it doesn't work like this. Very often the subject of lease is unsellable or its depreciation is very fast. So it could seem that even in funding through lease, the entrepreneurs may be asked to provide an additional collateral. Otherwise, he or she would never get funding. Absence of own contribution. I've got the great business ideas, but my pockets are empty, and I need 100 or 110 of the investment value to go ahead with my own business. I've got no money, I'm not going to get a loan, but with EU sureties, I'm likely to get a loan. You've been on the market for a very short time. You've been around for a month, you've never sold anything, and if you don't have a long track record, you don't have apparently any successes, financial or commercial one. You don't have your credit history. You can't demonstrate that you've been paying back credits in the past, what makes you a reliable partner for the bank. So these may be reasons behind refusal. Non-standard activity, perhaps you are engaged in some sort of activity that seems to be weird for the bank, or perhaps you are engaged in a very innovative business and risk is very difficult to estimate. Or possibly you are in a creative profession. Perhaps you are creating a film and profits are viable, but in 6 months' time, and you are not able to pay back the credits in the meantime. It's an atypical situation for a banking institution. And all these reasons, say for one, explain why entrepreneurs might be denied a loan or a credit, and EU funding is the answer. Because when the entrepreneur visits the bank and the bank knows that with EU sureties from 50 to 80% of risk is shifted to the EU, the bank will be more willing to provide the entrepreneur with the funding with no collateral, no own contribution, and with higher risk. And preferential funding involves no depreciation, grant subsidies, it's refundable, it's a loan on more preferential terms and conditions. Very similar financial measures are available under different EU programs, and usually they are dedicated to investments or revolving capital. So, overdraft, for example, for daily operations of your company, provided that these are new deals, because the objective of EU-provided financial instruments is to boost development and investments of companies. So if you have an investment funded through loan, you can't use the new loan to go ahead with the investment. And what are the main benefits? Lack or lower collaterals, or lack or lower own contribution, higher amount or longer financing period. Sometimes you may benefit from lower margin. It's not a standard, but in Horizon 2020, financial agents or intermediaries providing funding to creative companies are committed to lower their margins by 2 percentage points. And something that you don't see, but it's important, those measures do not involve public aid. No de minimis, nothing else, so you may benefit as much as you like from any other public aid up to the admissible limit. And there is no EU red tape, deadlines, procedures, queues, calls, ordinary terms and conditions like with any other standard loan or credit. And it's widely available. Very briefly, because there are many institutions offering those measures, I don't want to spend hours talking about it. COSME. Preferential funding is offered to all SMEs, from self-employed companies, one-man companies, to companies employing 150 to 100 people, because that exhausts the definition of an SME. And we've got 4 institutions who are liaisoning directly with European Investment Fund, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, which offers its own 80% sureties to all these institutions, grouped into 3 rows, 8 commercial banks, 2 cooperative banks, and more than 100 co-op banks. And these are investment and revolving credits up to 150,000 euros or 600,000 zlotys available without the need to produce hard collateral. So you only need a surety of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego and possibly some soft collaterals like note of exchange, lease, that's new, and loans are up to 1.5 million zlotys. PKO is offering those loans. PKO is offering loans up to 3 million euros, so more than 12 million zlotys allocated to investments, and Polfund is granting sureties. So if you are an entrepreneur and visit a bank or a lease company cooperating with Polfund, you will hear, okay, you'll get a loan or lease plan, but please submit your surety to obtain more preferential terms and conditions than those available on the market. Total value of funding accounts for 4 million for BGK, 1.5 million for PKO leasing, 250 million worth of financing. So nearly 7 billion zlotys worth of preferential financing is now available on the Polish market on preferential terms and conditions. Horizon 2020, two intermediaries, PKO leasing up to 10 million and CVI corporate bonds. They buy corporate bonds, and that's why values are higher, 25,000 euros to 10 million zlotys for PKO and 230 million zlotys for CVI. But these measures are available to very innovative entrepreneurs engaged in R&D or creative projects, and there are two capital intermediaries hidden behind tables. These are venture capital funds that have obtained investments from European Investment Fund to increase their investments in budding SMEs. Something interesting for young entrepreneurs, for startups, for customers of incubators, easy. That's microfinancing, small amounts up to 25,000 euros. What may be or not to be for young entrepreneurs, eligible only to micro companies employing no more than 9 people, and warranty up to 80% of potential losses of the financial intermediary, and as a result funding is provided on much more beneficial terms and conditions. So these are newly established companies who have been operating on the market for several months. They are unlikely to get a loan, and Nest Bank, PKO Bank have such funding in the range, and Easy is also offering more money than 25,000 euros to social companies. And the final program, Creative Europe. Something new within this financial framework, the only measure that had no equivalent from 2007 until 2011, geared for culture and creative sectors. So anyone who's got something to do with culture, with creative sector, with such activities, self-employed interpreters, translators, visual artists, film production, TV production, music production, or sales, distribution of such content and works, you are eligible to such funding Financing is not available in Poland yet, but Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego has signed an agreement with European Investment Bank, and it's currently making deals with banks that will be physically providing this funding. This will be investment funds and revolving credits up to 8 million zlotys. ue.gov.pl. So that's the address of our website, the official address, where you will find the updated list of financing vehicles available to Polish entrepreneurs and practical tips telling you how to benefit from it. So drop us an email or call us. I'm going to show you another slide with our contact details. And please provide us with key information. What size is your company? How much money do you need? And what for? So you don't have to send us a business plan. We are not here to assess them. It's the financial institution, but having such basic information, we can indicate the right EU program, the right bank, lease or loans, and we can tell you that certain vehicles are not suitable for you. You can also check if the bank which runs your business account is offering such vehicles. Probably yes, because most leading banks in Poland have joined this scheme. Perhaps they are able to provide you with more beneficial terms and conditions, and of course will provide you with all available support. And don't miss this opportunity, because research was conducted in Europe and in Poland, and the results were very similar. 1/3 of entrepreneurs who benefited from refundable financing through the European Investment Fund under different programs would never get a lease plan or loan without these money. They would have to cease their activities. Also, another 1/3 would obtain funding, but much less or for a shorter period of time, what means it would have to curb its development plans. And another 1/3 would get funding on market terms and conditions, so they would have to pay more. And findings are very similar for Poland and the EU. 1/3 of entrepreneurs who benefited from this sort of funding without this money would never grow. It was to be or not to be for most of them. So that's our address. ZBP, our contact point is associated with the Union of the Polish Banks, and to learn more information, visit our website. And when you leave this room, there is a stall on the left-hand side. There will be me or my colleague ready to answer all your questions. I'm afraid my time is up. Okay, thank you very much for your exhaustive information. Just to jog your memory, those stalls Michał has mentioned, we have experts waiting for you all the time, and there are also representatives of other institutions joining them at the stall to talk to you and provide you with tips and practical information. All those experts are there for you to help you. Okay, in roughly 10 minutes, we'll commence the last debate today, which will recap a game that continued behind the curtain. That's why it's been so rowdy here, because there is a game in progress, in full swing. If you hear the word game, I know it may be misleading. It sounds like fun, but it's serious business. Simulation games are able to solve very complex issues. For example, tackle issues that will emerge in the future in our region. So please come back in 10 minutes.
Więcej na tym podsumowującym panelu, czy też debacie. Szanowni Państwo, jeżeli są Państwo za kurtyną, a zastanawiają się Państwo, czy warto wejść, to zapewniam, warto. Za chwilę rozpoczniemy ostatni dziś panel, a właściwie debatę podsumowującą bardzo ciekawą grę, przygotowaną przez pracownię gier szkoleniowych, instytucję, która od ładnych kilku lat zajmuje się propagowaniem gier jako narzędzia, które pozwala ćwiczyć pewne sytuacje, które mogą nastąpić, pewną dynamikę pracy w zespole, pewne scenariusze potencjalnych zdarzeń z przyszłości. I tak właśnie było dziś. Swoich właściwie naszych wspólnych partnerów Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza zaprosiliśmy do wzięcia udziału w grze, która miała pomóc stawić Państwu czoła wyzwaniom, które czekać będą cały region w perspektywie najbliższych kilkunastu lat. To, że było intensywnie, o tym, że było intensywnie, świadczyły chociażby głosy dochodzące zza kurtyny, które były bardzo intensywne. Czasami rozpraszały panelistów tutaj na scenie, ale to pokazywało, że temperatura działań była naprawdę bardzo, bardzo gorąca. I teraz chcielibyśmy podsumować to, co się działo.
Now let's summarize what has been happening throughout the day. And I give the floor to Mr. Michał Staniszewski of the pracowni gier szkoleniowych. He will not be alone because we invited also other participants. Sebastian Paszko and the NGO, Karina Oleszko, the collaboration strategist, and one of the startups, and deputy director of the Hearing Research Institute. I give you in good hands and have fun.
Dziękuję bardzo. Witam panelistów.
Thank you. Welcome the panel speakers. We have this seating arrangement on purpose because we try to reflect the situation which we were confronted with during the strategic game. In practice, we have representatives of the municipality, regions and the government, and I'll ask each of them about their impressions from the game and what was the perception, how this game translates into reality. Well, if you look at it from the municipal administration's perspective and the municipal level, I'd say that my first reflections are about the collaboration at the municipal level. It seems to be very important for the growth of the municipal unit because it contributes to the growth of the region and then of the whole country. So that was my first positive experience. What was very important was that the collaboration amongst the municipalities of the region I was playing in was very good. We didn't experience any bigger problems. Now, if I were to report back to you, or let me rephrase that, what we could improve in communication between the municipalities. As we look at today's strategic game, it seems that the collaboration amongst the regions was the most important thing, and something was missing there. It definitely needs improvement, and that improvement would be also important for the Mazovsha region. Right, let's speak about those things which were successful, and then we'll expand on the improvement needs. All right, I was between the rock and the hard place, the government and the region. Was I right in saying that? Yes. The center of the area before and after was difficult. I've been preparing myself for today's meeting, and the only thing I found out was that communication is important. In the regional area, we've been discussing that together with a colleague who was responsible for his region during the game, and we concluded that we need to communicate very well with us and with the government. However, in the heat of the battle, reflected by the noise that we generated, the game was about people being killed, so we wanted them to survive in as big numbers as possible and be well off at the same time. So the first tour was very difficult. Once we found out what the purpose was, and then we started to coordinate it, we found out we didn't think about the big picture. We focused rather on developing our responsibility well, our region. Then we had the debriefing, and since we've been talking about the region and not about the big picture, we sometimes failed in certain categories. What worked well, and I think our score was best, according to the graphs. We managed to sort out responsibilities very well. Certain people realized about the strategic extras or benefits, and they were also clear about the goals. I think stage 3 we would have really succeeded if we were allowed to play for one day more. We would probably make this desert an excellent place to live. Okay, from the governmental perspective, communication is the key for success. Indeed, the first round was kind of reconnoitering. And the next tour, in the following tour, we bypassed the regions, communicating with the municipalities directly. That speeded up the whole process, like setting up rules, giving support to the municipalities. We needn't wait for the procedure to pass it. That was the clue. That was the key for our success. Key to our success. The objective was to provide a uniform development of the regions, and with exception of one, all the regions were doing well, and we didn't incur many personal losses. So the communication between the municipalities and the parts of a region, and also vertically up to the national administration. Right, what we should improve? Let's focus on that. Well, from the municipal point of view, it would be really necessary to improve the interregional collaboration partnership. This is what is of importance, and which also translates into the regional growth. It would also contribute to more sustainable development. So it seems that you mean that the municipalities from one region do not isolate themselves in one region, they collaborate with other. Now, the regions, you put priorities in place, of course, and you pursue your interests, but you shouldn't sort of seal yourself off from collaborating with others, because it can generate value added and improve the operation of the local administration. And it's also worthwhile, in my opinion, to focus a lot on making certain structures flexible, to avoid having goals to be attained, which had been set up in advance, and if you have feedback from the ground that certain dangers are looming, then you'd have to act more flexibly. And for this, the central administration level should be also prepared to modify, at least slightly, the plans and assumptions. So I think these are two main feedbacks that I wanted to bring forth from the municipal level. The regions. We had one point that was less green than the others on our final map. It is quite clear that in addition to communication, responding to variables such as epidemics, migrants, etc., so alien invasion from outer space, brought us to realization that we shouldn't think about our region only. We should look at the big picture. People didn't have, the places to housing. In other regions, there was sufficient housing. So in the regions where there was too big production of agriculture, we could put more urban areas there and to, let's say, bring the agriculture somewhere else. I believe that our game does affect how we work in the companies. There are sometimes camps where people are reluctant to leave their comfort zone and to support others or to bend their areas of responsibilities a bit more. It is definitely related to our daily work, and we'll use it once when we come back to our jobs. As a regional representative, I realized that the collaboration amongst the regions escaped us very quickly. We started immediately collaborating with the municipalities without learning, without knowing what is going on in other regions. We have not utilized fully the potentials. There was no flow of people, knowledge, experience and resources. We focused on our narrow areas, and then in collaboration of the government, that was not like in real life. The government provided us with assets, and we received that help from the central level. But let's wait for the government to speak. May I add something? Sorry for that interjection. What is good, what I observed, was the very good flow of information between municipal and regional levels. And that's very good, because it shows certain possibilities for developing collaboration between the two levels, with the aim to make the structures more flexible, to streamline the flow of information, and that collaboration between the region and the municipalities can definitely contribute to better growth of the country. At the governmental perspective, well, I think that the colleague had most to say, because this is what the real life was during the game. As a government, we were not sitting idle. You can always improve communication, which we said at the beginning. But taking initiative, the government didn't wait for others to ask us for something. We stepped out with our initiative, sometimes bypassing the regional level. The regions didn't know that they have some problems and the others don't, so the redistribution of assets could have been improved to make all the regions flourish. Since we speak about the commodities and assets and redistribution, how about the assets you had? In my case, I gave up all my resources in the first round. And then we had to really put our heads together to gather some more. Well, indeed, at the first stage, it was difficult because our resources were extremely limited. On the other, we acquired more because production started. Therefore, we had a problem how to distribute the outcome well. Poor knowledge of rules in the first year of the municipal administration's operation led us to focusing during the first year on certain mechanisms of operation, how to distribute all the assets that we had. In the following years, our strategy changed, as did the way how we manage the resources. But the element that we focused on, which turned very important, was to provide food and shelter and fundamental basic rudimentary infrastructure. This is what we focused on as a priority. In the next step, we found important to let the services grow at the municipal level. So definitely fluctuation of the possessed resources took place. That was the challenge, how to distribute them well. And it seems that at the municipal and the regional levels we were quite successful, because the results that were displayed show that we have attained the basic goal of the game, namely the sustainable growth and the humanitarian reconciliation. How about the central perspective? Well, in Group 4, we started off very well. We had good resources. I looked at my colleague who had just 2 stars. It wasn't funny, and this is how he ended up. We couldn't help him. Very good words from the colleagues, from the colleague who was giving the debriefing to staff. There was a dilemma to allow everyone to staff or to give or to divert food and medicines to a narrow group of people. We were supporting others, but then we started to realize that we should win. To taking care of ourselves first and foremost. We had a large pool of resources. We've managed to keep them, to retain them, and even to increase them. And I should give kudos to the government, because they bypassed us in communicating with municipalities, but still they offered us support. We didn't know that loans weren't good. Only thereafter eventually we learned that some of them have even been repaid. But of course, communication was the key. We didn't manage to focus on communication that came to bearing at the end. We could have ended differently. How about the redistribution from the government's perspective? Well, those loans in the first year, our government didn't incur any loan. And it's impossible as it sounds, it was possible to operate without budget deficit. We have doubled our resources within 3 years, which is also commendable, I hope. In reality, it wouldn't be realistic. We focus on sustainable development of all the regions except one, unfortunately. So that was our overarching objective. So as the moderator said, we successfully made it from level 0 to a block of apartments. We could have ended as Switzerland did in the villas with swimming pools, but this would have resulted with a disaster for others, for that of others, for many people. So what we decided to equalize, and that so that the average person has a shelter, has a decent apartment and something to eat. All right, that's good. Some other municipalities raised services with the luxury goods and services, which we had at our disposal as little stars. The policy could have been more reinforced during the game, because I had a sensation that we have not utilized all the resources well enough. In terms of inequality amongst the municipalities, should we bridge the gaps? Should we make the playing, the game pitch equal?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind when I think of managing goods owned by the municipality and the potential, the management potential. Yes, it's true that we've had massive potential, but it seems to me that this mechanism didn't really work robustly, because there was no communication between municipalities and regions. There were rules set, there were go-betweens. Unfortunately, there was no direct communication, so we've had lots of resources, we had lots of stars, the infamous stars, consumption goods, which are not most important when you have to satisfy basic needs such as food and roof over your head. But we've seen potential in other municipalities that had more food, for example, but because we could not engage in direct communication with them, communication again was not working as it should be. Communication is the key. It's one of the vital elements of management on local, regional, or let it be national level. So I think, this is what should be improved, communication between municipalities. That would enable us to tap into resources, use them more effectively, and probably, I don't know if it was intentional or not of creators of the game. In case of my municipality, all units, all the regional units were specializing in provision of specific services or production of very specific goods, and there was not a single municipality that would build houses or build infrastructure what could improve the standards of living in my municipality. And there was certainly overproduction of consumer goods, the infamous stars services, which are secondary needs, not primary needs. So I think that could be another area that could be better managed. Well, in my region, we were also struggling with excessive goods, which are not satisfying primary needs. And what about you? Well, that's perhaps, the reason behind our success, because we had very diversified municipalities, and we've managed to exchange goods. And remember, I had a handful of stars, and I had no idea where you got them from. I had no idea that you had a surplus because of specific economic conditions. and your colleagues somewhere out in the desert had a surplus of food. And because we are mediating between the government and the municipalities, we were sometimes able to intervene very fast, replace food for something, but communication was not functioning like it should be. If exchange was green-lighted, probably we would be able to evenly distribute goods. Something that we didn't do because we were overly focused on our municipalities and regions. There was no communication between us. Yeah, probably it's probably the same in real life. We have no idea that somewhere out there, several dozen kilometers away, there is a municipality probably in dire need of things that we have in excess, or able to share something with us. Perhaps communication could improve the quality of local cooperation. Perhaps it could help us learn more about our neighbors, or join forces to implement a project together. So collaboration for towards common good, yeah, rather than competition for resources. Well, it was a game, so we were competing. There was one colleague who said he's a natural born winner and he does everything to win, and it was very difficult to do something meaningful in the desert. So you could win as a region, but then we would lose as a planet. Yes, holistically, you know, things didn't seem so rosy as it seems to me. So our colleagues from the region were struggling, especially in the final round. And what about the government? Well, we were taking stock every year, and we were changing legislation, and as a result, some regions were gaining faster than the other. We were convinced that the entire country is growing steadily, but later, as it transpired, there was one region lagging behind, very different than the rest. And that probably reflects the reality. There are some regulations, there are some acts that are beneficial for some provinces that help, as they help accelerate their growth, because they provide them with funds for infrastructure, and other regions already have infrastructure in place, and they would be more than happy to allocate this money to something else, what would make their development more sustainable. And I'm curious, it's probably the final question of this panel, unless there are questions from the floor. You had the chance to experience major changes or breakthrough events that were shaping your decisions. So what has impacted your decisions most while the game continued? Because I gather local authorities are also analyzing developments as they unfold. You are also keeping an eye on the world around you. So, for example, in the game, in the scenario, you had thousands of newcomers to our planet, so that could be interpreted as the migrant crisis. So what about the government? Well, in case of municipalities, we had unforeseen events, namely a house that floated down, and we had an inflow of migrants. So yes, these were truly unforeseeable events that were distorting the fragile balance of our universe. They were also making management of the municipality more challenging than ever. And in this context, what I'm thinking is the title of today's debate: what can we do to impact and proper development of Mazovsha? What good practices can be transplanted from the strategic game to real life, to make it happen. I think a good solution would be to introduce a risk management system, or perhaps develop different scenarios that would help us anticipate such unforeseeable events or their fallout, and have their consequences minimized. So we need to be ready for very different scenarios, and we need to be ready to face such crisis situations. Perhaps whether we are talking about money or organization, it's very important to be prepared, be ready for the future, for the present, which is not really foreseeable. You can't really predict it. And this is the main lesson learned today. You need to be ready for very different situations. And now, from the perspective of the region, unforeseeable, non-standard events, well, taxes were stable all the time. That's awesome. Good. Yes, they could have changed. In Group 4, we had epidemics, and everything we've paid in taxes, the government gave it back to us immediately. So we did not have to use any contingency as money. And there was this huge group of new residents that arrived to our planet. We have taken very different approaches. Some of us were trying to save a dozen people at a time, yes, because we needed labor. And those who had more capabilities did not want to risk, did not want to have any fuss. So the decision that we have to split those newcomers between ourselves, it should be handled differently. They should be allocated to different regions in a way more adapted to the specific profile of those regions, so that would ensure their survival. For example, in our wilderness, they were affected by additional developments. So they had a very bad start. They had no infrastructure, and on the top of that, they were flooded by migrants. Okay, so things looked bad at the beginning. I really admire them for, having such optimistic attitude, because, they will be struggling. We had no round 4, so, I can't tell you how it ended. From the perspective of the government, there were two tipping points. Migrants who arrived from another planet to our planet, and military conflict. We haven't mentioned yet, one of our regions was attacked, and as a government we had to react. We had to pay quite a lot of money for armaments, what was a very expensive enterprise, and weakened us, but we've managed to keep taxes stable. Of course, we didn't lower taxes, but we did not increase them to inflow of migrants, despite the armed conflict. It was a success, I should say, and I would love the real life to imitate the game. Okay, so now I know why I had to give away to the government so many goods we've manufactured. Okay, I think it's this game provides us with fascinating experience. We are all happy to be able to play it, and I think in the future you'll be able to use it in your respective line of business. So communication, exchange of information across different levels, swift reaction, and swift introduction of changes. We can't wait. If there's something going on, we need to amend regulations, legal acts accordingly. accordingly, and very close specialization, sound redistribution of resources and forecasting. Do we have any time for questions from the floor? Do you have any questions to our panelists? We are here for you. Yes, there is a question. Okay, so we've heard what we should be paying attention to, and I just wonder if there were people here who would be willing to take the accountability for the future of Mazovsha, what would they have to do tomorrow to make sure that after 3 or 4 rounds they have doubled, tripled or increased even more our potential and the way we are operating? You know, please give us, 3 or 4 tips. Okay, like we've said today, you need to check what are the needs, local needs in Mazovsha or across Poland, because there are some regions in need of infrastructure, perhaps greater production or bigger production is a must. So there are different needs in different regions. That's what matters most. Plus communication, that's something that we've been reiterating since the very beginning. This game has revealed, that communication is essential. As a government, we knew that we had to react very swiftly, that we can't wait, we have to talk to people about things they need and act. So yes, communication is the key. Perhaps new technologies are offering new opportunities. People who should be adapting themselves to changes around us. Businesses which have very different results. They get feedback from the environment, and they can do the same for others. So new technologies could be harnessed to communicate information online in real time, what would translate into better decision making. Because one thing is certain, changes in taxes, which are constant, and those changes also affect how we work, what we do. For example, if we adapt ourselves to changes around us, we will be winning, because better communication will translate into better operations of everyone around us. If I could add something from myself, cooperation, not competition between municipalities, because the truth is, if you look into the future in longer run, if you help one municipality, it's a win-win situation for everyone, and this is probably the key learning from the strategic game that could help us improve the situation in the entire region, in the entire country. And yes, this is something we should be focusing on. A sound diagnosis of resources we have in our municipalities, and secondly, this potential should be shared with other regions, with our local authorities, and cooperate to build a common future together for the entire country, not only our own region. Any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you very much for listening to our panel. Okay, I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank Pracownia Gier Szkoleniowych, who has activated partners of the 9.Mazovia Development Forum and ignited their imaginations so they visualize the future. Okay, this shows that games could be a no-nonsense tool, development tool that helps you anticipate your future actions, and we know that they trigger emotions. We approach problem solving differently if we've had first-on experience before, this is how pilots are trained today. Also, firefighter pilots are trained in flight simulators. So that's the end for this stage today. We're meeting again tomorrow. We've got 50 partners, 50 stalls also downstairs where Mazovia's tourist assets are promoted. So tomorrow we are talking about Business 4.0, globalization of businesses and clusters. It's a true phenomenon with EU funds. More clusters are being established. They are no longer local. They are becoming truly international for spectacular results. We'll be talking about effective communication in social media and the role of online influencers. Should we follow this trend in marketing? So today's session and tomorrow's session is broadcast live on our website. So if you've got friends who might be interested in following this session, and let's hope I will see you again tomorrow.